Justin FREAKIN, the formidable voice of the culture.
Hey Justin, are you trolling?
This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin FREAKIN.
My work area over here is too cluttered. I don't like it. You're gonna ask, like, who cluttered it? Well, fucking I did. Welcome to the Troll Patrol Live. It's a freaking Wednesday. We were gonna do Prime Minister's Questions this morning. I actually watched it. I watched Prime Minister's Questions. Why didn't I stream it? Because I was still working on shit for some of my clients. And I had gigantic videos that needed to upload before my clients came in this morning. And they did not upload in time. And I'm like, motherfucker, hurry up and upload. I wanna watch Prime Minister's Questions on stream. But I didn't get to. We'll do it next week. Believe me, up until about like 5 minutes till, I was like, oh, maybe this video will upload. Because if I try to go on and there's still shit uploading, it craps out my upload speed. I can't do it. Good evening, Warlord. All you other people that are watching that haven't commented, I see the number. I know how many of you are in here. It's odd to have that many people and only one person talking to me. Do I have some haters in here? You want to come in here and drink some haterade on the Freak Daddy? Is that what's going on? Had a hater on the YouTube. I love this comment. Hold on.
You live in sexual anarchy.
Shit. Oh shit, Charlie Kirk was loaded up. This was this is the comment. Hold on. This is the comment I received on the video last night where we said butthole cancer at least 100 times. I had the preacher that kept saying, God's gonna put a cancer in the butthole of the sodomite. I kept playing that over and over again. I do a serious news show. The story was about how more people died during the last session of Congress than what the Republicans will have control of Congress coming up in this session. Somehow we ended up making jokes about butthole cancer. So, Huevenos Maximus, which I believe means big balls in Spanish. I don't speak Spanish, but I believe that means big balls. Gonna come in here and try to comment on my decorum. Doesn't matter whether you were a Republican or a Democrat. Anyone's death is something that should never be mocked. You, sir, have no class. What goes around will come around. Stand by. Well, big balls. I have never once portrayed myself as a person who has class. Jack, congratulations on hearing your child's first words. Also, not congratulations for you, because they don't fucking shut up after that. You're like, oh, it's so precious. It's so precious, they're talking. Talk to me again in 16 years, man. Believe me, I'm still a little salty about the teens over Thanksgiving. Oh Jesus! Yeah, where is Huevos Maximus been over the last 40 years of my life? Not once have I ever been accused of having class. Nine Tails talking smack about Jack now. What in the world?
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Oh, okay. I saw the rest of Jack's jokes. See, that is the problem with the chat and the fact that I'm multitasking over here. Is if your joke is in two parts, I might not see the second half of it until 5 minutes later. Ida, good evening. Oh shit, love you guys. Jack, good evening. If I didn't tell you good evening yet. Nine Tails. I don't have no ass. I ain't got no ass, Nine Tails. Apparently it looks good in panties, though. But usually hard drugs is involved in that. Oh, God. And I wonder why they won't hire me on the terrestrial radio or television. Guys with haircuts like this have a 125% chance of stealing your girl. I don't want to violate terms of service. We had talked about starting a not safe for work channel in the Discord. Kikyo, good evening, my friend. So glad to see you. And like, this is the truest meme I've ever put. This isn't a meme. This isn't a fucking meme. This is just facts. Straight up facts. Guys with haircuts like this have a 125 chance. Have a 76 and 2/3% chance of stealing your girl. Of course, yes, they're cats. Of course, that's why they will steal your girl. Sir Warm-Ups, who I tried to get to change his name to Sir Wampus, and then we realized Wampus is a very derogatory term, accused me of purposely trying to get him to change his name to Wampus. I was just like, it sounded fun and whimsical to me. Oh, they're fur cuts. Yeah. They're fur cuts, not haircuts. We're gonna get pedantic in here about the cat meme. Sky Comet. You would have done it. Just based on my suggestion. Thank you. I'm glad I have that kind of power over people. Where did the music go? Oh, there it is. Not high enough for this shit. I'm not high at all. You're seeing me completely sober right now. That is wrong. Do not trust my instincts. I don't trust my instincts. What Music Warlord says, the music that is in the background of the show, Merriam-Webster's word of the year is gaslight. Warlord trying to gaslight me over here. It's another one of those things where I have very little pot left. Oh, that's not even my actual bag of pot. I got very little pot left in this bag. A couple more bowls in the other bag. I was trying to clean up my area. I worked late I do remember as I was going to bed, I kept bitching about that video not uploading. I was like, oh, we'll go to bed. Cats are over here like, come on, go to bed. Anyway, I need to pack a bong. While we do that, let's find out what that news be doing. I do a news show. I said do. The House has passed a bill that will avert a railway strike. We're going to tell you about the details. Hakeem Jeffries elected the Democratic leader in the House. In terms of policy, we're not getting much better, but in terms of the fact that, like, we're skipping a generation. We're finally getting some new blood in here. Hakeem Jeffries, I believe, is Gen X. Like the rest of the now Democratic leadership in the House. Last night we did the story about the dude dying of butthole cancer, which is going to end up with a special election for his House seat. Remember that the GOP is going to hold a razor-thin margin of 5 or 6 seats in the House. Arizona's refusing to certify the elections could cost Republicans one of those House seats. Good job, election deniers. Good job. Judges ruled that the GOP chair in Georgia can't share lawyers with fake electors. Got some video of Ted Cruz trying to bash Joe Biden on the Senate floor today and getting into it. Senator Shaheen.
Come on, man.
Killer robots? What killer robots? God damn it, Warlord. We're doing the story. I've got it here somewhere. What? Let me see. Royal aide Susan Hussey quits after apparently making unacceptable comments. Now, I'll be the judge of what is unacceptable. Last night we made 100 jokes about butt cancer. Former Chinese president has died, according to Chinese state media. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to talk about Elon Musk yet again. Apple could sink Twitter. But apparently, Elon had a meeting with I almost said Tim Cook. Maybe Elon would have walked out or would have stormed off of the interview with Tim Pool as well, like Kanye did last night. Juanita Broaddrick, the blast from the fucking past. One of the women who accused Bill Clinton. Now, many of the accusations against Bill Clinton were actually consensual. Juanita Broaddrick is one of the only accusations against Bill Clinton where the accusation was that he raped her. This accusation existed. I think it existed prior to him even taking office as president. This is from back in his governor's days in Arkansas. Juanita Broaddrick weighed in on Elon Musk. We're going to go to The Intercept, where we will learn that left-wing voices are being silenced on Twitter, because of course they are. Still, I have not been reinstated. I keep looking, Elon. You said it was this week. Where's my Twitter? I want my Twitter back. Not the sock puppet account I use now. I want real me. I want Mr. Justin FREAKIN back. Biden was given a speech, rushed back on stage to congratulate the U.S. World Cup team. I guess they won. I'm more interested in the fact that a gay lawmaker defied FIFA and wore a rainbow band to the events. Plus, apparently Mexico failed to advance in the World Cup despite the fact that they won. So, all that and more. Plus, otters shaking hands with people. Here on the Troll Patrol Live. Warden, good evening. Elon Musk, does he eat balls? Does he eat huevos maximus? Because I know that dude. He commented on my YouTube earlier saying I have no class. Sir, I do a show with a troll head as a mascot. What would have given you the idea that I have class? Tadpole, good evening. So glad to see you. Cyanide, good evening, my friend. So glad you came back to join us. Better to not have killer robots? Is that what you're talking about? Thinks I'm a dignitary or some shit. I mean, I did not give myself any of these titles. I am an edgy comedian. I am a shock jock. So the fact that people come to my YouTube and think that they're making a cogent argument against me when they're like, all you do is call people names. I have a fucking troll head as my logo. I'm a young vermin supreme. Unholy, I will take that as a compliment. Also, good evening. Cyanide still trying to take swipes at me. I mean, that one was alright. You have class, it's just remedial. I mean, it's not like I haven't heard that one before, right? Oh yeah, I was gonna put on a video while I packed this bowl. No one has ever accused me of having class. That is not something that... My catchphrase is I want to piss in Dan Crenshaw's open eye hole. Give me that eye pussy, sir. If you came to this show thinking you were going to get class, using the wrong place. What we do on this show is kick authority in the balls.
He's kicking authority in the balls.
I am indeed a hillbilly. I'm proud of it. I am from the mountains of Appalachia. What groupthink do you think? Cyanide, this is hilarious. What groupthink do you think is going on around here? What an idiotic comment. Groupthink. I would love an example of groupthink you've gotten from my channel or from my chat. I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond before we go on to the news. Yeah, I totally didn't get that. I totally didn't get that at all. Y'all just agree with each other all damn day. Group sex, mate. Indeed, clinically, indeed, group sex.
You live in sexual anarchy?
I'm all about it. Cyanide must not have been here very long, because my God, do people ever come in here and argue with me? I literally want people to argue. I post my shit on right-wing groups and pages and sites. Not hive mind, it's jive mind. Now, fair enough that I would say most of my audience has would agree with me, and that's the reason why they're my fans and they watch religiously. You'll get cancer of the butthole. God's gonna put a cancer in the butthole. Oh, look. Yeah, and once again, I'm back on my bullshit with thumbnails for my YouTube videos. I don't even know if this is my favorite from last night. I don't even know if it's my favorite from last night. Because I really like the Jay Leno one. I really... And no. Jay Leno did not destroy a cop car. But I typed to find the picture of a cop car that looked like it had been in a wreck. I typed in cop fender bender. And all I got, that was like the least damaged cop car I could find. All the rest of them were like over on their hoods or on the roof and shit. Man, Sir Warm-Ups, if you missed it last night, I think that's from the burn. This is a recent picture from him suffering the burns, 2 weeks ago? If you missed it last night, he pulls up in a Tesla. He hits the cop car twice. And then this is the car guy, right? Jay Leno, classic car guy. Can't fucking parallel park. Can't parallel, and it wasn't like it was a tight spot either. He had like 3 fucking spots open, and the motherfucker couldn't parallel park. So I'm wondering if Jay has ever even drove a car before. And he's supposed to be the car guy. So wild that I get, this is where the capitalism at. I store the capitalism right in my balls. So, when you guys need some capitalism, I just jerk off and I just jizz the capitalism all over the screen. Capitalism is stored in the balls.
He's kicking authority in the balls.
I'm trying to make a gay joke. We do not kink shame around here. Though hamsters, I don't know. I don't think the hamster is into it when you do that. So please don't abuse the animals.
You live in sexual anarchy?
I've had to say it many times on this show for some unbeknownst reason to me. What does that say about my audience? Don't fuck the dogs. Don't fuck the dogs. Oh, in case you missed the meme of the day, there you go. Those of you that are just coming in, we're gonna get to the news here in a second. I'm trying to pack a bong. I'm saving my real pot for after the show because I only have like 2 or 3, maybe 4 bowls left. I'm over here. And you're like, well, if you're not smoking real pot, what are you smoking? Well, this is resin. It's gunk from all of my pipes. It's multiple roaches. I grind it up, so it's some shit. It's some shit that will definitely get me high. I'll smoke the real pot after we get off of the show, though. I think I just got to make it until Thursday or Friday. Tomorrow's Thursday, right? No, I got to make it till Friday. And we can go to the weed store. See, that was my thing. Curiouser. I've definitely got to go to the weed store. Swag is what I have, my friend. Swag is what I got over here. Gender is binary. Thank you for being a freaking follower, but that is a stupid fucking name. Binary means only two. So if I can give you an example of something that is outside the binary, then gender can't be binary. A hermaphrodite exists. Therefore proving, and here's the thing. A lot of right-wingers don't get this because they don't understand jack about statistics and shit. Gender traits are distributed on a normal curve. They map perfectly to a normal curve. So the small percentage of people that we see in society that are ambiguously sexed, that have an ambiguous sex. Ambiguously sexed sounds fun.
You live in sexual anarchy.
Who said gender? Cyanide. The fuck? Did I say gender? I said sex, you dumb shit. A gender studies career? What the fuck are you talking? And see, that's another thing, is right-wingers always want to make these dumbass jokes about like, oh, you got a gender studies degree. I've only known one person. I'm the wokest of the wokes. I've known one person to get a gender studies degree, and she works for fucking Planned Parenthood now. Idiots want to come in here and make this argument They're warm-ups. That's not a funny joke, because the bulk of what Planned Parenthood does has nothing to do with abortion. And that's why it's so sickening that the right is constantly attacking them. They provide health care to poor people. Yeah, maybe if some idiots took some gender studies classes, they wouldn't be saying idiotic shit in my chat. But hey, right-wingers are morons. If you listen to right-wing media, they'll tell you that everybody coming out of a college has a degree in gender study or basket weaving. I don't even think most colleges offer gender studies as a major. It's usually like a fucking minor. That's what I'd have to even check and see if, like, my friend, I think she might have been a gender study minor, not even a major. That's an idiotic thing. They had to shut down multiple clinics. Okay. That's why it's so sickening that, you know, right-wingers are causing them to shut down clinics. They provide health care to poor people. And that is the reason why right-wingers attack them. You didn't have a point. Oh, well, they shut down so many clinics. Well, how many of the clinics was that? What percentage of the clinics that they run did they have to shut down? Dumb shit. I don't even know that they did shut any clinics down. Were they shutting clinics down that specifically did abortions? Were they in states where there had to be a separate abortion clinic so that they could comply with all the dumbass laws that right-wingers imposed on them? Your comment doesn't make any sense. This is my problem with right-wingers. You guys say just idiotic shit that requires me to fucking do a research paper to explain why you're wrong. And God's gonna put a cancer in your butthole. Don't make me pull that video up. If I pull it up again tonight, I'm gonna keep going back to it. And I don't want to. Yeah, that's the thing. I went into this the other night. The right-wingers do not care about shit until it affects them. You find a right winger that has the right position on trans issues, and I'll show you a right winger that has a kid that's trans. Every single fucking time. Well, gender is binary. You seem to have a lot to say. Would you like to come on to the Discord or call in? We didn't have a caller all of the month of November. Did not have a single caller. The last call I took was on October 31st. Of course you're banned on Discord. It is still November, so we still have a chance to take a phone call. 917-830-4359. Fucking, Ninetales up in here talking about getting tag teamed.
You live in sexual anarchy.
Circumcision. I'm pretty against circumcision. I don't think a child can consent to having part of his penis lopped off. Get the fuck out of here. I'm not anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitic to be against people having surgical interventions where they're like, this is what the right wingers constantly talk about, mutilating a child's genitals. Mutilating a child's genitals. That's exactly what circumcision is. And by the way, I'm circumcised and I'm not Jewish, though everyone on BitChute and Rumble seems to think I am. Perhaps it's the nose, but I ain't Jewish. Winnie, good evening. And another thing about these religious rituals is religious people can be dumb shits. Look up moils, that's what it's called, moils that bite the tip of the penis off and have given children hepatitis because of it. It is a sick practice. I don't care if it's your religious practice, because I don't give a shit about your religious practices at all. You are free to practice your religion any way that you want, as long as you do not impose your religion on other people. And when you make a child have a circumcision, you are imposing your religious bullshit on another person who was not a willing participant. So you can go fuck yourself. So how about all of these right-wingers that keep talking about how trans people are mutilating kids? They're not. Why don't you go, I should not tell the right-wingers to go harass Jewish people. They already do it enough. My God. Caught myself on that one. As if the head of the party isn't trouncing around with known anti-Semites. And speaking, I gotta correct this again. We had the video from the other day where I don't know which one had the comments. I don't know if it was the Tim Pool video where Tim Pool made Kanye cry, or if it was the Trump dinner with Nick Fuentes. Trump dines with open white supremacist and Nick Fuentes. I don't know which video it was, but several idiot-ass right-wingers, you want to talk about an echo chamber, came to the video and made comments about Robert Byrd. Now, if you guys have heard me go off about this before, this really gets to me because I knew Robert Byrd. I was the news director of East Kentucky Broadcasting. We had 11 radio stations, 2 or 3 of them were in West Virginia, WXCC out of Williamson, West Virginia. Robert Byrd was the senator from West Virginia at the time that I was news director of that radio station. Robert Byrd was not a Grand Wizard of the Klan, like so many people say. He was indeed a member of the Klan in his younger days. He renounced the Klan and then fought against them. The rest of his life. And these idiots come in and make comments and like, oh, well, he was a Grand Wizard of the Klan and Biden was friends with him. And as I told one of them, Biden is racist too. Fuck off. Nobody, it's a video about Trump and his proximity to white supremacists, and you come in talking about Biden and then accuse me of having Trump derangement syndrome. What the fuck?
Come on, man.
Idiots.
As a conservative, it's getting harder and harder to not look like a kook.
And that's the thing is I don't want to have to defend Biden, but so many idiot-ass right-wingers come in here and fucking attack him for shit he didn't do. But here's the reason why they do that. You can't attack Biden for being sold out to Wall Street and the banks and big business when you are as well. So Republicans can't legitimately attack Biden for the things that he's done because they do it too. So you got to make up some nonsense, just like we're going to hear Ted Cruz talk about nonsense when it comes to Hunter Biden. Idiots. But I do want to correct myself. Last night I talked about, I didn't think that Biden had said that he wanted Congress to adopt the rail company's position. I thought he had told Congress specifically just to adopt a deal, but no, he specifically said adopt the rail company's position without modification. Now, as I think a More Perfect Union pointed out, that was the exact opposite of his position in 1992 during a rail strike. So Biden is a fucking hypocrite. We call him out, and that's what I was like, groupthink. Idiots. Go to PBS, we're going to hear the update on the House passed resolution to force the rail unions to adopt the deal that was proposed, plus a few sick days.
Let's look more closely now at the joint efforts by the President and Congress to avoid a major railroad strike. As we reported, the U.S. House of Representatives today passed key votes to avoid a strike that could start next week. Lisa Desjardins has our report and then looks at some of the key issues in the dispute.
The gentleman is recognized.
Today in Congress, both parties fervently engaged in trying to avert a national economic blow, a rail strike in just over a week.
Every major industry, from automobiles to agriculture to energy, will be severely impacted.
Yeah, that's why we got the power, motherfucker.
Come to us, as much as we might not like it, to have to negotiate this.
The House took the first step today.
The yeas are 290, the nays are 137.
Passing a bill to force a.
I'm sorry, but if they want to strike, even though this deal happens, do an illegal strike. I stand behind you.
Chiefs. That agreement would raise salaries by 24% over 5 years and give thousands of dollars in retroactive bonuses to rail workers. But it only grants them a single day of paid sick leave. And that issue was pivotal to rank and file members. As a result, 4 unions, including some of the largest, voted down the plan and are threatening to strike. A sense of impending crisis was one reason Mr. Biden called congressional leaders to the White House yesterday to get Congress.
A sense of impending crisis for his re-election chances.
Including resolving the train strike, what we're doing now, and Congress, I think, has to act to prevent it. It's not an easy call, but I think we have to do it. The economy's at risk.
But progressive Democrats, led by Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal in the House, spent the last day pushing for a better deal.
CEOs have increased their pay, and yet they don't want to pay a penny, what amounts to about a penny a day for 7 sick days for workers. So I'm not happy about that.
As a result, Congress is working on 2 tracks with 2 bills. One forcing the original deal into place, and a second that would force railway companies to pay for 7 days of leave.
The yeas are 221 and the nays are 207.
The House passed that idea as well, but the Senate can take it or leave it and still avert a strike. Rail owners have pushed back, with the Association of American Railroads writing that there
What's with your face? I bet you're one of the ugliest motherfuckers.
Abusive work rules.
You don't show your face.
These are long-held practices that unions agreed to in the past.
Come on, hop into the Discord and get on video chat. Show us what you look like, Cyanide.
30% of U.S. cargo shipments and costing some $2 billion a day. Action in the Senate is expected soon.
For the record, we should note that one of the rail carriers involved in this dispute is BNSF, a NewsHour funder. For more on the railroad workers' perspective, we turn to Tony Cardwell. He is the president of the Brotherhood of Maintenance of Way Employees Division. Tony, help us first understand what it is your workers do and why sick leave has been such an issue for them.
Yeah, absolutely, Lisa. Thanks for having me on, first of all. And I represent the hardest working employees in the railroad, I believe. They're the ones that do the maintenance on the track and reconstruction of track, tunnels, bridges, and they still do the hard work of swinging a hammer, and they operate some of the heavy equipment.
Yep, I'd say that is one of the hardest jobs.
Work that maintains the structures and the track structures throughout the United States.
So why is it that sick leave is such an issue that your workers are willing to strike over it and maybe freeze part of the U.S. economy potentially?
Sure. This was the sick leave issue was brought to light during the pandemic. Many of our employees fell ill to the COVID virus and or were quarantined because they were exposed to it. And so,
speaking of falling ill, I have an update on a prominent right-wing personality who needs your prayers. Anti-vaxxer, anti-masker, thought COVID was a conspiracy, needs your prayers because she's sick with COVID.
In doing so, they were not compensated. And so our members lost thousands of dollars of pay through the multiple quarantines and sickness throughout a year, and brought the sick leave issue to light. That's been exacerbated by the railroad's operation system that they utilize called PSR. Our membership to the so there's fewer workers doing the same amount of work, and in doing so, it has forced the policies have forced the employees to be at work. They can no longer call in sick. They can be disciplined if they do so.
PSR stands for precision scheduling, which gets to what you're talking about. It's the way the railroads have said they're.
You can really tell the right-wingers in the chat, the ones that want to talk about other people's looks, yet don't show their own fucking faces. It's always projection with idiot-ass right-wingers.
Becoming more efficient, but essentially it's fewer people working longer trains, faster trains, that kind of thing. But I want to kind of get back to what's going on with the sick leave, which is the critical issue here. It seems like railway workers aren't unique in having a pool of time off, vacation time, for example. And some of the railway owners, including the American Association of Railways, argue that railway workers can use that time off that they already have if they are sick. They say that unions agreed to that in the past. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, the railroads have said a lot of things this round of bargaining.
Yeah, Sir Warm-Up's totally not a bad-looking guy. I know this for a fact. I can show you a picture of him. Where is my thumbnail from when you were on the Freak Show? Maybe I've deleted it. I'm sorry. Sir Warm, because we looked like we were getting ready to crush some fucking pussy. we looked hot in that picture. I was proud of that one. Sir Warm-Ups is just a right-winger because parents had money.
And they're just simply untrue. Vacation has to be scheduled. An employee is required to schedule vacation early in the year. He only has 1 week of vacation.
Pull it off of the Discord.
In many cases throughout, and he's supposed to give adequate notice to break, even if he breaks up those days of vacation. The railroad carriers are just not being honest.
This is a look at a major debate, of course, in American life right now, labor and sort of workers' rights, and especially time off. But it's also a look at the role of Congress. Congress is poised to act, to force you into a deal. It may have only 1 day of sick leave. It may have 7 days of sick leave. What do you think about Congress acting?
I believe that your parents are whack.
So we've been adamant. We don't want to strike.
Sir Warm-Up's looking like we're getting ready to go crush the pussy.
Intervene and stop our strike. We believe they should give us what we would otherwise get in that strike. So the point is this:
to be honest, you're on the conservative side of liberal, sir.
Running to the table to negotiate sick leave, but they're utilizing Congress as a backstop because they know under the law that they can intervene and stop our strike. So
we look like we're just sharing a plate of spaghetti.
With all congressional people,
I wouldn't kick you out of bed.
Stop our strike. Give us what we would otherwise get if we did strike. And so if you're going to intervene and stop us, then you should give us what we would otherwise get. And that's why the bills that are being passed today, we're happy to see that it passed the Congress, and we're hoping that we can get the Senate to support the bill as well. Because it's
gonna be much harder in the Senate.
Our employees are entitled to
But now, here's the thing, is there are Republicans that are going to join with Bernie. Bernie is absolutely going to be pushing for the Senate to pass the bill with the 7 days paid sick leave. Marco Rubio says he was for the agreement that the workers were asking for. So we'll see. We'll see if some of these Republicans decide to join with the progressive, the progressive in the Senate. There's a couple of others that are nominally progressive in the Senate. We'll see if the Republicans put their money where their mouths are. I will give Marco Rubio props if he supports that bill.
We need to make sure that we stand with workers. Our public servants should stand with the workers and not the duopoly corporations that are controlling our government right now. So we have high hopes that we're going to get some Republicans to stand with us and get the bill through the Senate.
I can see and hear you're busy at work with the negotiations with your phones, everything going off where you are. One more question in a brief minute or so that we have left.
Lisa, you heard his phone blowing up, and you're like, one more question.
President Biden calls himself a pro-labor president, but he says your strike was just too risky for hundreds of thousands of workers, millions of people, and the economy.
Well, it's because Biden was lying about being pro-labor.
Yeah, we were definitely frustrated with what he said. His statement was implied that that the railroad unions are the problem, and kind of gave cover for the railroads. In my opinion, we wish that he would have made a different statement and come out in support of our sick leave. But he has positioned himself, I believe, to support the sick leave days. And his recent statement, he did say that he hopes that the bill passes the Senate. So. He's changed his position on this, and we appreciate that. We're still frustrated that he took the position that he did, but that we can't always agree. So say that.
I mean, this is kind of what we were expecting when we knew that Biden was going to be the president. We would be frustrated with the shit that he does the entire time. Core, I will actually say that You're saying return to his roots, but hold on, can I pull it up real fast? He stood with the workers back in 1992 when they were striking. So, a More Perfect Union says in 1992, Senator Joe Biden voted against ending a major rail strike. He argued that by intervening, Congress would be rewarding the railroad companies for years of bad faith negotiation. Huh. So in 1992, Senator Joe Biden voted against ending a major rail strike. He argued that by intervening, Congress would be rewarding the railroad companies for years of bad faith negotiation. Would he have been in the minority then? I want to say 92, Democrats controlled the House and the Senate, and we're getting ready to control the presidency. I might be wrong on that one. I get confused sometimes. Especially with shit that happened when I was 9 or 10. And that's sad. That's sad that Biden... Fair enough, Core. That's sad. That's why I want to say that Biden, voted against it when it mattered. That they actually did have control of the Senate at the time. It's sad that Biden was voting on legislation when I was fucking 9 and the motherfucker is still in government. We need some new blood. Luckily today, we are seeing some new blood take over. They may not share our policy positions, but at least we've got some younger people taking over in the Democratic Party. Hakeem Jeffries of New York City elected as House Minority Leader.
History made tonight in Washington, D.C. by a man born and raised in Brooklyn. Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, chosen by his Democratic colleagues to become the minority leader of the House starting next year. The first African American to hold that position. Politicians from Brooklyn now sort of center stage, politically speaking, as leaders of the House and Senate. Also a first. Eyewitness News reporter Joe Torres live at the Congressman's district in Fort Greene with the story.
Sure would like to see some new blood take over in the Senate, too.
Definitely a barrier-breaking day in our nation's capital today when a caucus of Democratic lawmakers unanimously approved Hakeem Jeffries to be the new House Minority Leader. He came out of that vote and quickly told reporters he vowed to get things done. If that sounds vaguely familiar to the mayor's mantra, it should come as no surprise. They're good friends. History in our nation's capital today as House
Of course they are. ACAB means Jeffries, too.
To lead the party beginning next year. Upon his swearing in January, the congressman from Brooklyn will become the first African American to lead a political party in the House or the Senate.
House Democrats fight for the people. That's our story. That's our legacy.
I am excited that we at least have some new blood. There are just things, I'm sure that Jeffries will agree with us on issues that are more of a generational issue than Nancy Pelosi will. It is a good thing that we have some new blood in the House.
That's our values. That's our commitment as we move forward.
I think it's fantastic. He deserves it.
That Al Roker? Oh shit. I'm sorry, Marjorie.
Hallelujah.
Hakeem Jeffries is 52 years old. His elevation as House Minority Leader marks a new era of Democratic leadership. 82-year-old Nancy Pelosi served as House Speaker and Minority Leader for 2 decades. Mayor Eric Adams plans to take full advantage of the powerful position now held by a fellow New Yorker and good friend.
We're going to be traveling to Washington, and we will be sitting down speaking with him and the other delegation as well. We still got to, we still have an asylum and migrant issue.
Jeffries' 8th congressional...
An asylum and migrant issue? What?
...portion of Queens, and we were there when the staffers in his Coney Island district office got the news about Jeffries' new role. He grew up in Crown Heights and went to Midwood High School. Voters first elected him to Congress 10 years ago. He now lives in Prospect Heights, less than a mile from another powerful Washington Democrat.
It's not surprising
old Chuggy Boy Schumer.
Democrats are turning to someone from Brooklyn to lead the way next year. Because when you're from Brooklyn, you learn quickly traits like persistence and serious mettle.
This is the mean streets of Brooklyn.
And not just because he's black, because he's a person, he's a human, and first and foremost. And yeah, this is what he's doing.
Man, if that's your qualifications, to be a person and a human, that's a pretty low fucking bar.
A person, he's a human, and first and foremost. And yeah, this is what he's doing is great.
It is a slim majority, but Republicans will control the House come January.
They're not a reptilian like Nancy Pelosi.
Democrat.
I guess that's what he was saying.
That majority 2 years from now.
He's a human first and foremost, instead of a reptilian like Nancy Pelosi. We talked about control of the House last night when we did the butt cancer story. The Virginia representative that died of butt cancer. That was a story about how deaths in the House over this coming session there could be enough deaths to swing control of Congress during the session. Now, the congressperson that died, sorry, I have to find the browser that works with Bloomberg. Navigating these paywalls, mother. Yes, I need to smoke. A rural Arizona county's refusal to certify the results of the November election could cost Republicans a seat in the U.S. House of Representatives, where they hold a narrow seven-seat majority. I was saying 5 or 6. 7-seat. Secretary of State Katie Hobbs, also the governor-elect, has gone to state court to force Cochise County to certify the election. I thought it was Cochise the other day. After its Republican-led Board of Supervisors failed to meet a November 28th deadline while making debunked claims about the state's voting machines. In court papers, Hobbs' office said that if the county refuses to certify by December 8th, the ballots of more than 47,000 county residents will not be included in the final tally. That would flip the results of the race for Arizona's 6th congressional district, where Republican Juan Kiscomani holds a 5,232 vote lead over Democrat Kristen Engel, as well as the race for state superintendent of public instruction, where the Republican candidate has a narrow lead. The board's inaction not only violates the plain language of the statute, but also undermines the basic tenet of free and fair elections in this state, ensuring that every Arizonian's voice is heard. Arizona has been a hotbed of election denial, with failed candidates for governor, Senate, Secretary of State, and Attorney General who all cast doubt on the legitimacy of the 2020 election. Failed gubernatorial candidate Carrie Lake, who ran against Hobbs, has not conceded her loss, while Donald Trump has aired conspiracy theories about the state's elections on social media. But so court, you're looking at it the wrong way. So this is a county that's predominantly Republican. That's why their Board of Supervisors was predominantly Republican. So by not certifying, they cost their Republican constituency. It was Republican votes that they hurt. Now on the state level, that's a different story, and you might be able to subvert democracy, but on the county level, more than likely, it's going to be Democrats elected in a Democratic county. And Democrats are going to follow the law and certify. Ah, shit. And so like DM brought this up in the chat. Democrats objecting to the election results in 2016. And he thought it was some gotcha that he posted video of Democrats objecting in 2016. And I was like, motherfucker, I can show you where the Democrats objected in 2000 as well. Sheila Lee Jackson talked about how she don't care if there is a member of the Senate to sign on. Al Gore, the man who legitimately won the election, had to preside over the certification. There is a difference between 2016 and Democrats objecting to the results, and in 2000 when Democrats objected to the results because they had a legitimate reason. They also didn't have a plot to try to install their candidate as president. They didn't try to violently overtake Congress to prevent the certification. So comparing what Democrats did in 2016, where they're basically objecting to the Electoral College. What Democrats were objecting to in 2016 and 2000 was the Electoral College. They weren't just making up nonsense to try to stop a legitimately democratically elected president. In 2016, Donald Trump lost the popular vote. In 2000, George W. Bush lost the popular vote. The Democrats objecting was in favor of democracy. We come back from the other side of the break. We're going to talk about how the House now has Trump's tax. Oh, shit. I meant to pause. I was trying to pause the commercial break on Twitch and accidentally hit the commercial. So people that aren't subbed are seeing commercials right now instead of my rundown about what we're going to talk about. So sorry. But like, I'm going to go ahead and play the break so, you know, we come back together. Because we like to come together here on this channel.
You live in sexual anarchy?
Voodoo, thank you. I didn't mean to hit the commercials already. But I'll go ahead and hit the commercials for you guys. And we'll be back.
We live in turbulent times. The media is full of deception, conspiracy theories, and fake news. Now, more than ever, it is important to ensure you're getting information from a source that's freaking reliable.
I'm Justin Mullins, and this is the Freakin' News.
Get a breaking or interesting story with a humorous twist in about a minute weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on YouTube, BitChute, Odyssey, and more.
Now we turn to YouTuber Justin FREAKIN. The guy's, he's a formidable voice in the culture. Uncensored and unfiltered political talk and debate from a leftist perspective. The day's top news stories and videos with astute social commentary.
Not high enough for this shit.
All we're establishing is this guy's wicked sick aesthetic.
Right-wingers are morons.
You brought back the wrong kind of fucking cake, you idiot.
Guess I gotta thank Matt Walsh for introducing me to Justin FREAKIN.
Yet you're like, we'll pray for somebody. You think you can telepathically communicate with a deity, and you have the audacity to say somebody else has a mental disorder. For the love of God.
You live in sexual anarchy?
Once again, I had Charlie Kirk loaded up there. I didn't, Yeah, thank you, Voodoo. I don't know, it's possible I turned them off. I turned off the notification message. I'll need to check on that. I don't know about shadow banned. I'm not sure. Like, Twitch doesn't even know I exist. So it's not like there's some cabal going on their end. Ooh, yeah, the sidebar thing. I forgot about that. It tripped me out the other day. They've been making a lot of changes. Like, I think it hit us creators first. Like, the dashboard changed considerably about a month ago, and it really tripped me out. But then, like, in the last week, the interface on the user side has changed, and that fucked with me. Let me go find you guys a meme. Nah, we looked at that one. That's an old school one. I don't know why I had that one. I must have been responding to somebody with that. I'm in a lot of OC groups, so there's a lot of picking on, like, fucking that meme sucked, dude. Unfortunately, like, I need to do more. You would think with as much as as the pride I take in my thumbnails and shit, you would think I would make more of my own memes. I don't. A lot of my memes end up being, like, riffing on, like, remixed memes. Like, I'll make fun of somebody posting a stupid meme with another meme, and I'll put their meme somehow inside of my meme. I do a lot of that. Those are... Even in OC meme groups, I'm still a fucking troll. Oh, where is it at? Where is it at? Okay.
Hey, Justin, are you trolling?
I got a friend that's got a friend named Austin Bennett, and that tripped me out the other day. I had to do a double take. Ain't Shop Pro in the house. I've shown this one, but it's too good not to show. We'll do it again. A polite bear from Peru who wears a red hat and a duffel coat. That's a Paddington. A Paddington. I've swallowed my hair. And I will take a big bite of food sometimes. I'll be chewing like... And I have to pull my hair out of my mouth. It's disgusting. Rolling your hair up in the window is also a thing that happens. And it sucks. Oh well. My burden to bear. Unless Trump gets indicted, then I have to shave my head. Those of you unaware, I made the promise that should Trump get indicted, I will shave my hair. Head, we're going to go bald. I mean, I'm close. I'm close already. Not going to take much, right? Let's check in with some Trump legal troubles. The House has finally received access to Trump's tax returns after a years-long fight. The House Ways and Means Committee has received access to former President Donald Trump's tax returns after the Supreme Court last week rejected his final objection on the issue. Treasury has complied with last week's court decision, said a spokesperson for the department that includes the Internal Revenue Service in possession of Trump's confidential tax returns, which he has long resisted disclosing, unlike past presidents. So they've got 6 years of his returns. I'm hoping some awesome congressperson here in the next month before they lose control reads his tax returns into the record. Or submits them into the record, so we can all go and see them and laugh at the man who is not truly a billionaire. The chairman of the House committee, Richard Neal, declined to comment earlier Wednesday when asked if the panel had officially received the documents, but he said the committee intended to see the investigation through despite the ticking clock before the new Congress begins in early January, as long as you release them to the public. There's pretty much no investigative step you could. Maybe you can refer it to the Justice Department. There's no investigative step you could take at this point. Just put them on the record. Just put them on the record. That's a good question, Voodoo. Who is worth less and who is in more debt? A few years ago, a judge ruled that Trump may be worth, $300 million if he is not encumbered by debt. That's a big if. Neal, a Democrat from Massachusetts, will surrender the chairmanship of his committee to a Republican in January, probably committee chair Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't think Republicans do it by seniority the way the Democrats do. So we're gonna be seeing who they appoint to the committees. This is the Ways and Means Committee. Yeah, the Ways and Means Committee. That is one of the most powerful committees in Congress. It's going to be Marjorie Taylor Greene, Jim Jordan. Neal said the next step would be to have a meeting of the Democratic caucus. He wouldn't say whether the committee planned to release the tax documents publicly. That is what I want. The committee had requested 6 years' worth of Trump's returns as part of an investigation into IRS audit practices of presidents and vice presidents. So I guess that's why they had to go 6 years. They had to go from the time he was a candidate and shit. They couldn't go messing around with him being a private citizen, because I would have requested further back. Go back 20 fucking years. Go back to when he was making those deals, when he was running Trump Hotel or Trump Taj Mahal, where they were money laundering for Russia. Go back that far. You hate to see it. Ted Cruz got into it with Jeanine Shaheen on the Senate floor today. Apparently, they were discussing the quote-unquote corruption of the Biden family. Shaheen apparently puts Cruz in his place. So this should be fun to watch. Let me hit the content warning because you're getting ready to see Ted Cruz's fucking face.
Someone who disagrees with you, Mr. Kent, is Joe Biden. And I want to read from what he said on January 23rd, 2018 at the Council of Foreign Relations. Quote, this is Joe Biden speaking.
Come on,
And
man.
I went over, I guess, the 12th, 13th time to Kiev. And I was supposed to announce that there was another $1 billion loan guarantee. And I'd gotten a commitment from Poroshenko and Yatsenyuk that they would take action against the state prosecutor, the prosecutor that was investigating Burisma.
Oh, God, we've gone through this. We've gone through this so many times. Biden's actions would increase the likelihood that Burisma and his son would be investigated.
So Biden continues. I said, no, we're not going to give you the $1 billion. They said, you have no authority. You're not the president. The president said, call him. I said, I'm telling you, you're not getting the $1 billion. I said, you're not getting the $1 billion. I'm going to be leaving here. And I think it was about 6 hours. I looked at them and said, I'm leaving here in 6 hours. If the prosecutor is not fired, you're not getting the money. Well, son of a bitch, he got fired.
This is a prosecutor accused of corruption and protecting companies like Burisma.
Let me ask you something. Do you think Joe Biden holding $1 billion hostage to force the Ukrainian government to fire the prosecutor that is investigating the corrupt oligarch who's paying his son $1 million a year, did getting that prosecutor fired benefit that oligarch?
No.
Thank you, Senator Cruz. Senator Van
Are you going to allow him to answer the question, Madam Chairman?
I am not going to allow him to answer the question.
Why are you covering for the Vice President? Do you not want him to answer that question?
The Vice President?
He said that the Vice President has nothing to benefit the oligarch.
I think it's unfortunate for you, Senator Cruz, to put in position that are uncomfortable the nominees to be our ambassadors.
Okay, this is
because
his
they
sworn
have,
testimony. This
I
is his sworn
appreciate that,
testimony.
and
I
he-
understand that
and
you
he
want to cover
already
for the vice
answered
president.
that he is going to raise those concerns anytime.
Was his testimony
he has
true or false that
responsibility.
Biden did nothing to benefit the oligarch?
I don't know
Let
what
him
his
answer the
testimony
question.
was.
Why are you afraid of him answering the question?
I'm not. I just want to move on.
But you
because
won't let him
the
answer.
votes
I
have
asked
started-
a yes-no question. Will you allow him to answer the yes-no question?
Yes, you can answer yes or no. Thank you.
The prosecutor who was fired by the Ukrainian parliament did nothing to investigate Zlochevsky, and everything that Vice President Biden, the State Department, and the U.S. Embassy did acted in good faith to reduce corruption and help the Ukrainian
So
people.
firing him did not benefit the oligarch.
Thank you.
Yes, that is exactly what we were saying because we know what the actual story is. This is James Risen, who wrote about the Biden-Burisma connection for the New York Times long before the right-wing spin machine turned the story upside down. So this is a piece from The Intercept in 2019. I wrote about the Bidens in Ukraine years ago. This reporter is the reason why any of these fucks know the word Burisma. Then the right-wing spin machine turned the story upside down. Many observers now seem to think this suddenly hot story came out of nowhere this year, but that is not true. In 2015, I wrote a story for the New York Times about Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, and Ukraine. The truth behind that story has been lost in a swamp of right-wing opposition research, White House lies, and bizarre. And this is referring to the White House in 2019, as in Trump. And bizarre follow-up stories. Now it appears that the Biden-Ukraine story will play a role in a new impeachment inquiry against Trump. So this was going into the first impeachment. Let me find the relevant section here. When Joe Biden arrived in Ukraine in December of 2015 to press for more aggressive anti-corruption efforts by the government, Hunter Biden's role with Burisma made his father's demands, however well-intentioned, appear politically awkward and hypocritical. And that was the point of the story that he wrote for the New York Times. Appear. Now it appears that amid evidence that he sought to pressure Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky by withholding U.S. aid, unless Zelensky agreed to investigate Biden. Okay, that was the impeachment. I'm trying to find I had it fucking highlighted. I haven't had to pull this up in a while. The British money laundering investigation was stymied by Ukrainian prosecutors' refusal to cooperate. The Ukrainian prosecutors would not turn over documents needed in the British investigation, and without that documentary evidence, a British court ordered Britain's Serious Fraud Office to unfreeze the assets. When Joe Biden arrived in Ukraine to press for more aggressive anti-corruption efforts, God damn it, where's the... Yes, here we go. This is the relevant passage. Still, when Joe Biden went to Ukraine, he was not trying to protect his son, quite the reverse. The then vice president issued his demands for greater anti-corruption measures by the Ukrainian government, despite the possibility that those demands would actually increase, not lessen, the chances that Hunter Biden and Burisma would face legal trouble in Ukraine. Trump would never do this same thing, Cyanide. What Trump would do would be lie about Joe Biden's well-intentioned trip to Ukraine to fight corruption.
Come on, man.
But now you're probably just going to say that, I'm repeating a mainstream media narrative or some shit, even though MSNBC and CNN aren't bringing this shit up. I'm reading from The Intercept. This is the actual reporter that broke the story straight from the fucking horse's mouth, saying that right-wing media twisted it. This is why I call right-wingers fucking morons. And to try to counter this evidence with, well, if Trump had done the same thing, everybody would be freaking out. That's called Trump derangement syndrome. Where any piece of evidence you have to counter with something to protect Trump. Guys, the motherfucker is a liar. He's a criminal. Why the hell do right-wingers go to such great lengths? A dude on my YouTube trying to well, Trump's not racist. Motherfuck, he had Stephen Miller as one of his top advisors. Stephen Miller's entire family came out and wrote an editorial that the motherfucker's a white supremacist, that he's a neo-Nazi. And that was one of Trump's top advisors. One of the only people Trump didn't turn on. So the idea that Trump doesn't play to white nationalists and neo-Nazis is just mind-boggling. Remember the good people on both sides. That was a literal neo-Nazi rally. There was no other side. There was no good people on the other side. They were neo-Nazis. And that one is Charlottesville is the most hilarious one to me because it's a statue of Robert E. Lee. They were protesting the removal of a statue of Robert E. Lee, which has been removed now. Robert E. Lee was asked about Confederate monuments and was against them. Robert E. Lee is a smart man, said there shouldn't be Confederate monuments because it would do nothing but dig up the strife that the country was suffering from. And then neo-Nazis go and protest the removal of a statue of a man who didn't want a statue of himself up. What a fucking world we live in. I'm surrounded by morons. Speaking of right-wing morons, do you guys know a duo by the name of Diamond and Silk? MAGA supporter Diamond of Diamond and Silk has been hospitalized due to COVID. You hate to see it. And I mean, I don't wish death on anybody. But ma'am. Lynette Hardaway, one half of Diamond and Silk, was hospitalized with COVID during the Thanksgiving holiday. Now, I did see cyanide. I don't have to imagine. I can show you the $2 billion deal that Jared Kushner did with the Saudis, you dumb fuck. And there's not a single goddamn media outlet covering it. Your whataboutism is goddamn stupid. And you know what is the weirdest thing is you're acting like I wouldn't call that out. You're acting like I don't call out corruption on the Democratic side. Stick around, bucko. What an idiotic comment. You're trying to accuse me of hypocrisy. Your thought experiment is fucking stupid since I can show you a real life example of you not giving a shit. Do you know anything about all the business deals like Ivanka did with China while Trump was in office, you dumb shit? But the most egregious one is Jared Kushner and his $2 billion from Saudi Arabia. Have you heard jack shit about it, dumb shit? Jared Kushner's $2 billion Saudi check appears even more comically corrupt than previously thought. Back in April, the New York Times reported that Jared Kushner's 4 years of Saudi ass-kissing and murder excusing had paid off in the form of a $2 billion investment from the Kingdom Sovereign Wealth Fund to his newly formed private equity firm. Yeah, you were. You said, imagine if Trump did that. I said, I don't have to imagine. I can show it to you. But Trump wasn't trying to get a prosecutor fired for not investigating his son. No. Trump is legitimately corrupt. So this fucking thought experiment of yours is idiotic. Trump has done far worse than what Biden has done. And everyone should rightfully be calling for blood, idiot. Where's your outrage over Jared Kushner and this $2 billion Saudi deal? Where's your outrage over Ivanka and her Chinese clothing deal? Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see how stupid you look? Because Biden didn't do anything wrong. Did you not understand the story I just read? I just explained there's no scandal with the Burisma thing. Do you not understand that? Do we need to go back and read the story again so you can comprehend? Had Biden done something wrong, I would be on the front lines calling it out, as I have done many times. But this ain't it. This ain't it, pal. And I get really fucking pissed off about right-wingers making up nonsense. But right-wingers have to make up nonsense because they can't rightfully call out what Biden did. Motherfucker. Here is the goddamn story. I'm going to go back to it one more fucking time. And I will read the relevant passage. Still, when Joe Biden went to Ukraine, he was not trying to protect his son. Then why are you talking like a right-winger, you dumb fuck? Still, when Joe Biden went to Ukraine, he was not trying to protect his son. Quite the reverse. The then vice president issued his demands for greater anti-corruption measures by the Ukrainian government, despite the possibility that those demands would actually increase, not lessen, the chances that Hunter Biden and Burisma would face legal trouble in Ukraine. This is the reporter that wrote the story that made everybody aware of the company Burisma. This is the original horse's mouth. What do you mean? Like, you've got this obsession. You're talking like an idiot-ass right-winger. Do you know what a logical fallacy is? Because you're creating a false dichotomy there, derp. Just because I don't go along with whatever you say doesn't make me a right-winger. Are you to the left or right of Joe Biden? Are you to the left or the right of Joe Biden? Let's see where you actually fall on the political spectrum. I doubt you do. I had to be trained on the fallacies in college. And you just committed one. You committed a false dichotomy. Incoherent question? Are you a fucking idiot? Are you to the left or to the right of Joe Biden politically? Do you know anything about politics then? Why are you trying to comment if you're that goddamn dumb that you can't point out where Joe Biden is on the political spectrum? All right, my friend, if you'd like to have a conversation, please call in. Remember, we haven't had a call all November. 917-830-4359. Hit bang phone. Or you can hop in the Discord. I would love to have a conversation with you because apparently you have something to say. Well, if you're apolitical, I mean, I don't know what that means. If you're apolitical, why are you here commenting on a political show? Exactly, Mox. Mox, good evening, by the way. It's pretty easy to assess where Biden lies on the political spectrum because we have a whole, 50-year career to look at. So I don't understand. You see, here on this channel, we take the side of workers and poor people against the corporations. So if you're, no, he's 80 cyanide. Oh, a 67 on a scale of, oh my God. Here's the thing, cyanide. If you'd answer the question, I actually have a chart I'm going to pull up. I wish you would answer the question. Do you think you are to the right or to the left of Joe Biden? Do you understand what it even means to be right or left? I don't know what you mean by that. It doesn't mean anything to me. Apparently facts don't mean anything to you. How many times do I have to show you that Biden didn't do anything wrong and you're still like, but if Trump did that? And then I actually showed you that Trump did something wrong. And you just kind of blew it off. It's weird. So, of course I would think that you are a right-winger. You have given me no indication that you are anything other than a right-winger. And very stupid at that. Sorry, my friend. Okay, cool. Well, we were doing a story about Hunter Biden and you brought up Trump. Weird. But if Trump did it, people would be calling for blood. Motherfucker, I showed you where Trump did far worse. Because Biden didn't even do anything wrong. In that instance. It's not like there isn't corruption that you can call out with Joe Biden. The problem is that the actual corruption that Joe Biden is engaged in is the same corruption that Republicans are engaged in. So Republicans can't rightfully call Joe Biden out on the bullshit he's been pulling. Because they're guilty of it themselves and usually far worse. Yeah, anyone bragging about their IQ, then fucking prove it, cyanide. Video chat us right now. I think you're one ugly goddamn motherfucker. I bet you look just like the South Park guy sitting behind his computer playing World of Warcraft. How am I doing whataboutism? Do you know what that fucking even means? Right-wingers are fucking morons. He's basic. Got that basic bitch IQ is what's going on over here. MAGA supporter Diamond of Diamond and Silk has been hospitalized due to COVID. Lynette Hardaway, one half of Diamond and Silk, was hospitalized with COVID during the Thanksgiving holiday. Hardaway, better known as Diamond, is a Republican, widely known for being one of Donald Trump's most loyal supporters. During his campaign and presidency, Saturday, her sister Rochelle Richardson, aka Silk, logged into Twitter to request prayers for her sister, who is fighting the good fight against COVID. Anyone who believes in the power of prayer, please pray for Diamond, Richardson wrote on her sister's Twitter page to update fans. Now, I saw that post, but I did not know she was in the hospital with COVID. Despite Hardaway receiving support from fans, she was met with a lot of trolling from others due to her support of Trump, who spewed hate against black people during his election and presidency. So wait, I thought COVID was fake. And as far as we know, fake doesn't get you sick. I mean, right? After every hateful and rude thing you have said about others like Fetterman, Paul Pelosi, Roland Martin, you want prayers? Did you pray for Fetterman or in Pelosi's health? No, you didn't. Mox thought she died. Well, maybe. Maybe she's on her way there. In April 2020, Twitter temporarily locked the viral duo's accounts after they were encouraging followers to go outside to help their immune system fight against COVID. This was a violation of the social media platform at the time because it was misinformation about the deadly disease. Before Twitter suspended Hardaway and Richardson, they were let go as hosts on Fox due to misleading statements about COVID. So, COVID denialist Diamond in the hospital with COVID.
Do you think we're stupid? You think we're fools?
Perhaps she will be like some of the many. Oh, Clinton has COVID too. Well, do your thing. Do your thing, COVID. Unfortunately, Bill Clinton will receive the best medical care in the world. But luckily for us, the monoclonal antibodies don't work as well as they did with previous variants. Rich. Good evening, my friend. And yes, I guess diamonds aren't forever. Neither is Ric Flair. My God, did you see his last match? Shit. Perhaps Diamond will join the many people who got COVID, found out it was real, and came out on the other side like, guys, I'm sorry. COVID's real. Go get your vaccination. I was so stupid. Because there's I've yet to see an instance of somebody dying from the vaccine, but I've seen hundreds of instances of people doing that. Don't tell no anti-vaxxer that. Our friend DM, hopefully he has recovered now. Totally an anti-vaxxer. Totally has gotten COVID 3 times. Says it fucked with his head and everything. Idiots. I'm surrounded by fucking idiots.
Do you think we're stupid? You think we're fools?
The one from a few months ago, Mox. The one where he almost died in the ring. I think he is I think he wants to die in the ring. No one died from the vaccine. My God, cyanide. You're like trying to tell us you're not a right-winger, and every goddamn thing you say is right-wing propaganda. Idiot. I do know somebody who has died. The former president of China passed away.
Was formerly president of China in the period from 1993 to 2003, has died, according to Chinese state media. Jiang Zemin,
Mr. Balls!
96, due to leukemia and multiple organ failure in Shanghai.
Ooh, bad way to go.
Briefly, I think, interesting at the moment. Jiang Zemin was one of those party members who supported the suppression of the Tiananmen protesters.
Oh, well, good.
But there are those
we'll piss on his grave then.
Still, I think, look back on his period in power with some fondness at this point, I think, as they compare it.
Come on, Kissinger.
This is domestically
high growth
compared to where we are now.
Return of Hong Kong, the high growth period.
Of course he's going to say VAERS.
Yeah, so I mean, the return of Hong Kong had effectively been negotiated and happened during his period.
We all knew you would say VAERS. Why? Because we've all heard the right-wing propaganda a million times. Do you know what VAERS is? It is a database where any goddamn person can go and type any goddamn thing. And then those reports get investigated by doctors and researchers. And the claims get verified. So I do not trust what is written on VAERS. I trust what the researchers say on the other side. I am not wrong. Yep. What you don't realize is, like, we knock down bullshit. When I say we, I mean myself, my sister channel, Echoplex Media, my friends, producer Dave, Media Winch, HK, historian Matt, all of our little circle of friends, and there's several other Twitch streamers that focus on this too. We take on bullshit claims. Like, that's what we do. No, the data on VAERS has not been vetted. You do not know what you are talking about, and you are repeating right-wing propaganda. That's why I think you are stupid. Tones, Merkin, I love you guys so much. I'm so happy to see you. We got a live one tonight. Voodoo, did I tell you good evening? Rich. Lossalopsy. I probably fucked it up again. No, it's not it's not useless. Oh my god! Holy shit. You told me you knew logical fallacies better than me. What you just did is a loaded question fallacy. You asked a question that had a presupposition built into it so that it couldn't be answered without appearing guilty. No! The data on VAERS, as I explained already, is so that researchers can take claims, doctors can take claims, and then go and verify them. The VAERS database is just a self-reporting database where anybody can go and make a claim. Loaded question fallacies are particularly effective at derailing rational debates because of their inflammatory nature. The recipient of the loaded question is compelled to defend themselves and may appear flustered or on the back foot. This is why I call right-wingers morons. See, right-wingers think like they have a dominion over facts. They think they're logical and rational. But no. Logic has to be taught. You have to be trained in this shit. And you guys are always fucking wrong. You make fallacious fucking arguments and don't even know it. And you think you're smart. That's exactly what you did. I said that VAERS was a database, a self-reporting database that researchers can then use to track trends. And then you said, what's in the VAERS database is useless? No, I didn't say that. I could say you committed a straw man fallacy. But you had a presupposition built into your question. the presupposition that VAERS is useless. I never said it was useless, and I didn't commit a fallacy, you stupid fuck. This is why I call right-wingers morons. You look like a fucking idiot. Yes, you did. You're a coping fallacy. Nine tails. I read you the fucking fallacy. You don't think there was a presupposition built into, so VAERS is useless then? When that is not at all what I said. And your response is, no, that's not what I did, even though I explained it and diagrammed it. This is why I call right-wingers morons. I don't have to keep telling myself that. Everyone saw it. It's on video for posterity. You look like a fucking idiot. Yeah, call me a dingus. Oh, shit. We are making fun of you, by the way. This cross-eyed man. Come on, buddy. If you want to... You can call me a moron all you want, but, like, you have no evidence. You have no supporting evidence. Buddy, you've made a fool of yourself in chat. Why don't you call in? 917-830-4359 since you have so much to say to me. We would all like it better if we could talk to you. Oh, Mox, he's been whiffing out long before the VAERS thing came up. Oh, did you give them a timeout? Wait a minute, they're on YouTube. You can't time them out. Oh, you can time them out? I have no clue how YouTube works. I mean, they didn't really do anything to get timed out. Please call in. Please call in. Because I would like to have an actual conversation with you. Motherfuckers!
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels.
Fuck, that had to be Warlord. Fuck, fuckity, fuck, fuck. I think the first time I ever ran into Cyanide was one of the groomer videos. Right wingers calling drag queens groomers or some shit like that. God damn it already. I think that was the first comment they made. Nine Tails is punishing him for the misuse of the fallacy. Fair enough. But you know what, buddy? Even though you're timed out, you can still call in. 917-830-4359. Just saying. We'd love to talk with you. Or the Discord. If you have Discord, if you're more technologically savvy and you like to hop in the Discord, you can do that as well. I have to look over here and make sure you're not in the debate freaking voice channel. Since you're currently timed out and can't say anything. I'm not a right-winger. I'm just going to say every single thing a right-winger would say. And not just your average conservative pro-business person right-winger. No. I'm going to be the furthest right nut job on the internet. And then go, I'm not a right... Idiot right-wingers never know they're right-wingers. They don't understand the political spectrum. They don't know crap about politics. I've been apolitical most of my life. Cool, I haven't. I was president of the Young Republicans in high school. And then I lived through the Bush administration and it radicalized me. And then I lived through the recession of 2008 and Obama's neoliberal response to it, and it radicalized me even more. Then Donald Trump scared me and I probably became more of an institutionalist. Just being honest. Fresh college graduate Justin was probably more of a radical than the Justin that is sitting here giving you the news now. And like even Robert Evans, when he did the It Can Happen Here, was very, very astute to point out that when civil wars, when revolution happens, usually what replaces the system is worse. We upend the system, usually what we get on the other side is worse. And I like the framework that is in place in the United States at the moment. I think it needs a lot of retooling. One of my suggestions has been to get rid of the House of Representatives, and we all vote from home with our Social Security numbers. We log into a program, get you a universal basic income if you participate in 70% of the votes. A lot of people want to abolish the Senate. I want to abolish the House. The House, the people's house, has control of the purse strings, has the power to declare war. Lady B, good evening. I want more democracy. I want to do away with the Electoral College. I want to do away with gerrymandered districts. And every time I mention gerrymandering, the right-wing response is always, well, Democrats do it too. Yeah, cool. I agree. Democrats do it too. So let's get rid of it. Let's get rid of the practice. We can put the information into a computer program and let it make up the districts with no bias. Fuzzy Simba, good evening. So we can get rid of gerrymandering. I got several proposals. And they all involve bringing more democracy to the country. I think the country is salvageable. We just need to make some major changes. But there are a lot of people to the left of me that think that, revolution is the only way. And they may not be wrong. Have your combat boots and your neon vest ready. I'm not asking too much of my political leaders. I'm asking my friends to become the political leaders. Move to a small... This is another one of my prescriptions. Move to a small town with your friend circle. You got a professional friend circle? Move to a small fucking town and God damn it. Move to a small town and take it over. Run for city council. Run for the school board. Take it over. Do what the right-wingers are doing. Build political coalitions. You want to have a third party? I'm all about it. Third parties aren't built at the national level. Jimmy Dore 2024 isn't going to be a fucking thing. You can build a third party on the local level, though. Start a fucking third party in your city and take it over. I get so frustrated because I'm not against third parties. I've probably voted third party more in my adult life than I have voted for the Democrats. That comes from being in a solid red area most of my life. In 2012, I made the strategic vote to vote for Gary Johnson. Not because I was a fan of Gary Johnson or the Libertarian Party. By no means. I voted for Gary Johnson because it was strategic. There are thresholds that a third party needs to reach in order to be on the debate stage, in order to get the matching funds. And me being in a safe red area voted for the third party that was the strongest. The Aleppo thing. One time Sparkles stayed the night at my apartment, and she said my bed was like waking up in Aleppo. I wouldn't want to be president. Oh my God, but like, you guys draft me, I'll have no choice. I mean, if I have to serve, I will. I want to run somebody's campaign. I want to be their communications guy. That's what I want to do. I keep trying to hit my bong, but like all my I have my actual pot I'm saving. I'm trying to wait until after the show to smoke my pot that I have left. So I've got what I keep a jar. I keep a jar of resin. When I scrape out, like it's half smoked bowls, resin, grinded up a bunch of roaches are in there. It'll get you high. But it's a hard to deal with, and I'm smoking it out of a bong. Oh, that was a good hit. Somebody was talking about swag earlier. This is actually swag. That's what this is. So I went to Virginia for Thanksgiving, right? And I was supposed to be there 3 or 4 days. And my plan was to go to the pot store. Weed is legal in Virginia. Then the teenager thing happened. And, on Thanksgiving night, I felt it was probably best that, hey, I bail on this situation. Probably make everything better on everyone. So I bailed on the situation on Thanksgiving evening, which, as you guys might be able to surmise, the pot store was not open. So I was like, I was going to go to the pot store tomorrow. Well, the person I was with, she grows it herself. So when I say swag, this is swag. When I say swag, it's her clippings. It was her clippings from her, it was the leftovers from her actual harvest. And I was like, well, since I can't go to the store, can I throw you like $20 for some swag? She's like, here, you can just have some swag. There's nothing wrong with resin when you hit the hard times, and it's not that I don't like smoking actual pot with you guys. It's that I want to kick back and have a good buzz after the show. Smoke some res on the stream. I'll smoke the swag after the show, and then hopefully one day this week I'll make a trip to the pot store. Yeah, it's her trimmings. Yeah, I got some trim. Cyanide never came back. I bet they didn't stick around. When you timed them out, they didn't stick around. Because they were only here to be the star of the show. They didn't want to actually have it. See, that's the thing about right-wingers. They never act in good faith. Vape it. Nine Tails isn't complaining. And yes, guys, I'm waiting out the commercial break now. I'm vamping until the commercial break. I've bumped them back 5 minutes to try to get through the no profanity, so I'm just chit-chatting with you now. When we come back from the other side of the break, we're going to talk about the royal aide who has quit. Susan Hussey was apparently a bit of a hussy, making some unacceptable comments. Apple could apparently sink Twitter. Might have heard Elon threatening to create his own smartphone. Juanita Broderick weighs in on the whole Apple Elon Musk thing. We've got video of Elon apparently visiting with Tim Cook. Left-wing voices are being silenced as hate speech returns to Twitter. Got video of Biden running back on stage so he can congratulate the U.S. World Cup team. A gay lawmaker defied FIFA for a pride band. So we're definitely going to talk about that based dude. And apparently Mexico failed to advance in the World Cup even though they won their game. I'm interested in finding out why. And I got video of otters holding hands with people. I wouldn't call it desperation. It's just holding me over until I can go to the pot store, Rich. I don't live in a legal state. I live next to a legal state that doesn't have dispensaries yet. You have to go and you have to buy some CBD from them in a gift box. Or the one I went to last time, you bought, you pointed to what you wanted on the menu of the THC product. You bought some of their CBD, and then you paid the amount for the CBD of what you pointed out. So I bought this little itty bitty thing of CBD for like $200, and then got my ounce of a sample. I sampled the THC product. That's how that works. They don't have dispensaries set up yet. Rich, it's bound to come everywhere. It's bound, like once it's in every state around you, it has to. Yes. Well, that's better than our other way of doing it is to go to Alabama and go to my former pot dealer and buy like 10 ounces and carry that across state lines. Once again, this resin I'm smoking out of this bong probably have to be like the most top-notch resin product. Since I smoke all the freaking time. So every time I clean my pipes, it goes into that little jar. Every time, like, I'm bad about only smoking half a bowl and then cleaning it out into the Rich, man, that's the wild thing about Kentucky. As a former Kentucky resident, Kentucky has a rich history with hemp. And it is amazing that they have pot legalization so hard. There's a man by the name of Gateway. No, I didn't cuss, did I? I was trying so hard. What did I say? God damn it. Fair enough. Well, you get the continuation of my 10 minutes. Yes, Mitch McConnell, isn't it? Bitch McConnell. Indeed. I was so close. Well, you get it on the other side of the commercial break now. So, for those of you on Twitch that aren't subbed, we're going to take a commercial break. We're going to play all of the Twitch spots. Go take a pee-pee. Go get you something to eat. You're not going to miss anything because I'm going to play my ads over here on this side. We'll see you on the other side of the break here on the Troll Patrol live. Hi, I'm Justin FREAKIN. I'm a leftist broadcaster and comedian, not liberal, leftist. And despite what you may have heard from right-wing propaganda, George Soros isn't handing out Soros bucks and funding people like me. There are no Koch brothers, Mercers, or any number of right-wing think tanks funding content on the left side of the spectrum the way they fund people like Ben Shapiro, Dave Rubin, and Dennis Prager. And YouTube doesn't monetize videos that are controversial or deal with politics unless you're someone like Steven Crowder. So this is an ultimatum. Become a patron. Support my Patreon, where I'm going to become a right-winger and get some of that easy money. You know for a fact that I could be bigger than Charlie Kirk or Jesse Lee Peterson.
Amazing!
All I have to do is talk about how I used to be an SJW snowflake, but the left went too far with their cultural Marxism, and Republicans are stupid enough to buy it, even though this video exists. And you know I'm right, so give me your money or I'm selling you out.
We live in turbulent times. The media is full of deception, conspiracy theories, and fake news. Now, more than ever, it is important to ensure you're getting information from a source that's freaking reliable.
I'm Justin Mullins, and this is the Freakin' News.
Get a breaking or interesting story with a humorous twist in about a minute weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on YouTube, BitChute, Odyssey, and more.
I got a comment here on my YouTube. I want your guys' opinion here. Am I off on this one? Do you guys remember the titty bear? The titty bear. The titty bear. I said titty bear. Do you guys remember the titty bear?
You live in sexual anarchy?
You guys remember the teddy bear from last night? Yeah, the bondage bears, apparently. I don't know, I just don't inherently think those are bondage bears. I like... That bear looks like Right Said Fred, and I mentioned that last night, but I didn't mention that Right Said Fred is a right-wing asshole. So, apparently, don't call him a woke leftist. Goth bears, exactly. They could be called goth bears. I hate to tell these right wingers, but most bears aren't wearing pants. Apparently the company has backtracked and said that these are meant for adults or some shit. But I don't see what is inherently wrong with this. But this Nina lady here had her comment, so how bizarre that it needs to be a right-wing thing to not want to see kids in adverts with fetish toys. The kids weren't holding a dildo. I just don't see these teddy bears as fetish toys. And I think you have to have and I have a sick mind. That's the weird part. I don't see that this is like them talking about drag queens and like, he's up there with his cheeks hanging out. And I'm like, those are skin-colored leggings. You guys are seeing something that's not actually there. And my response was, no, it's a right-wing thing to create a moral panic over an idiotic teddy bear. That's what I just don't understand. There are kids shot dead in their fucking schools. And you guys don't get as outraged about that as you do teddy bears. It makes zero sense to me. No, it's a right-wing thing to create a moral panic over an idiotic teddy bear. What kind of sicko looks at a picture of a child with a teddy bear and thinks it's sexual? And I pointed out in the video she is commenting on, my sources were the Daily Wire and Bryson Gray. As I pointed out, I wouldn't know anything about this brand if it wasn't for the right-wingers. So I saw her response and I didn't get a chance to read it. So you guys are reading it with me. This is the first time I've seen this. It was more going on in that campaign than just a teddy bear, and it was intentional. Now, I had forgotten about we didn't cover this last night, but I did the first time we covered this story. Apparently, and this was a separate ad. This wasn't the same ad. This is a completely different ad. I don't even remember if there were children in it or not. But apparently there were a bunch of documents on a table, and one of them was the Supreme Court decision on tasteful nudes or whatever. That it was a decision against pornography, but said that, children can be photographed and tasteful, blah, 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 whatever the fuck it is. So I will acknowledge that in a separate ad somewhere, my God, I hate having to learn about fucking some bougie ass brand that I would have been far more happy to not ever even know they existed. But I have to fucking keep looking up this bullshit because right-wingers keep going into a panic over the biggest fucking nonsense. So that's what people are taking issue with. Not a D or an R on the hat during election season. Full spectrum, none of my friends are feeling it, nor previous imagery, now that curiosity has provoked research when it comes to kids. One example is a child disemboweled in a field in the name of fashion, shaking my head, not right-wing at all, just not into kid fucker notions and innuendo. Yeah, apparently the photographer is trying to distance themselves. Gosh, motherfucker. Hold on here. Literal satanic panic propaganda. Once again, children are being killed in their fucking schools, and these people are upset over teddy bears. I don't fucking get it. I don't get it at all. Hell, Satan, Battle Opossum. Did you see anything up with those teddy bears? Do I need to show the picture again? Am I missing something? Am I missing something with these goddamn teddy bears? Because, The View was like, we won't show the pictures. And I'm like, fuck, I'll show the pictures. What's wrong with it? I like that bow on that teddy bear's head. It's cute. I can't zoom in on it anymore. But fuck this brand anyway. This overpriced fucking bougie shit. It's weird to me that these assholes have a problem with this company that I had never heard of, and we watch them burn the fucking shit they bought from the company. They're the ones that fucking supported the company. I don't know. The bear's not wearing any pants. No titty bear wears any pants, motherfuckers. Yeah, I'm just going to start calling it titty bear from now on. It just looks like a goth bear. As I said, I pointed out, looks like Right Said Fred of early 90s one-hit wonder fame. Who is like a pro-Brexit? Oh, it's brothers. It's brothers. I didn't know it was two of them. But one of them is a right-wing asshole. At least. Maybe both of them are. Maybe not the same mesh shirt. I was misremembering. Dude, the way you're looking at your brother, that's kind of creepy. You're looking at your brother's titties kind of weird. Are they shaking their little tush on the catwalk? I don't get what the obsession is. But I'm going to go back to that comment. As me, I wasn't me just a second ago. I was one of my sock puppets. I realized that. I was like, oh, I'm one of my sock puppet accounts. I'm not me. We're going to go back to me here. And we're going to reply to Nina. I'm trying hard to get us a caller. We've got an hour and 47 minutes left in November. We did not have a single caller during the month of November unless we get one tonight. As far as I understand it, Brexit has been a disaster. But that's just what I've heard. No calls, all flakes. We'll try. Maybe Nina will humor us. But I don't get it. I think they are overreacting, and there are a hell of a lot more issues. There are children starving that didn't get dinner right now in the United States. And you're upset about a teddy bear. Forgive me. Forgive me for just completely thinking you're an idiot. I don't think you can keep up the facade, Nine Tails. I am sure that a child has died of gun violence in the last fucking hour in this country. And you're concerned about a teddy bear. Whoever gave Lady B a sub, thank you. Awesome. We've had several people handing out the gift subs. I greatly appreciate it. Helps me grow. Helps me be able to bring you guys this nonsense news content. I ain't high enough for this shit. Man, I want Nina to call in. Come on, Nina. Because I don't think I'm wrong on this. I think it has been a complete overreaction by idiotic right-wingers about these goddamn teddy bears. They're just looking for something to be upset about. This is just a right-wing outrage machine. And I wouldn't put it past the brand to have done it on purpose. Once again, I didn't know the name of this fucking brand, and I've had to talk about it for at least 30 minutes. Congratulations to anybody who finished up their schooling today or their classes for the semester. Congratulations. I don't fucking get it. I want Nina to call in and explain it to me like I'm fucking 5. Like I'm one of these kids holding a teddy bear. But it seems like the issue is, and if my intuition is correct here, and the company did it on purpose, this outrage marketing Ninetales hopping into the voice chat. Well, hello, my dear. How are you?
Hello, you're very quiet. Let me see what my audio... Oh, okay, it's my own volume.
You and your tech issues. What's going on, Ninetales? So glad to see you.
I'm not Ninetales, okay? I am Nuntails.
What?
So I hear that you're one of those leftists who think that trans people are valid or something. I just want to ask you something.
What does it mean to be valid?
Have you ever heard, do you not know what a penis and a vagina is?
Love them. Put them in my mouth. I said my motherfucking mouth.
So then you also love real men and real women, by the sounds of it, right?
Define real man and real woman.
Penis and vagina.
What about people that don't fall into those categories? What about people that have a penis and have XX chromosomes? No, XY, that's woman, right?
Well, Justin, I didn't really ask about chromosomes. I asked about their genitals. You see, all I care about are these people's genitals.
Then go watch some porn.
No, porn is degenerate.
Yeah, and your point?
It's collapsing society right before our eyes. How can you tolerate that?
I think porn's what's collapsing our society.
You don't think that being able to look at naked women is causing people to act worse than before?
No.
You know, the internet happened and then suddenly everyone is mean to me online.
Could it just be that you're an asshole?
No.
I mean, people are mean to me online. It's because, I probably deserve it.
So, you see, the problem is that since I've grown up, the world's been telling me that as a white cisgendered male, that that the universe revolves around me. And so I have no conception of anything else that could exist.
Are you one of the people that think Star Wars has gone woke?
I mean, there's no way that Luke Skywalker from the first 3 movies would ever put up with this bullshit. Okay? So it's just like the characters aren't even there anymore.
Does that cancel out the no profanity from earlier? Because I never put the clock back up.
No, I told them to do that only if you don't debate me. Chat, that's not fair.
I think I think I'm doing a good job of debating you. Oh my god!
Oh!
Ninetales, talk to our friend DM.
Yeah, so I can't do that facade anymore, though, unless they came on to talk to that, because I don't know if they know me, but...
What brought you in here, DM?
Because I know Nintendo Comics Fox is a right-winger, and I've seen him in the chat before, and I thought I'd jump in and help him out if he needs any help.
I like where this is going.
Okay, yeah, so I am
Against
Nintendo's
one.
Cosmos Fox. I am
continue.
Nintendo's Cosmos Fox. But yeah, so I just can't imagine why someone wouldn't identify with their genitals.
DM probably thinks his genitals are yucky.
Why would I think that?
It's only yucky if I'm not married to them.
I'm with you on that one. I believe in no sex before marriage.
You know what's funny, Justin, is I thought in the back of my mind, maybe if I parody a right winger, it'll bring on a right winger.
You know that this guy called me up just to ask me if I masturbate.
Wait,
everyone in the chat is like, that sounds a lot like Justin.
If that's a general question, that's fine. If he's saying, "Are you masturbating right now?" that's when it gets creepy.
Are you masturbating right now? I keep pausing. I expect you to like have it out and hear you like you guys are trying to both come at me.
See, like here's my thing, Justin. What do you want? Do you want to be up against a fake right winger? And I'm guessing what is?
Do you know DM?
Right winger? I'm not familiar with this character.
Talk to DM. Ninetales, be yourself and talk to DM. This fun will ensue.
Hello, DM.
Hello.
By the way, you got my name wrong. It's not Nintendo's Cosmic.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I'm a little tired tonight.
I take offense to being compared to Pokemon at all, even though I love the games.
I haven't played the games. I know of the games, but I haven't played them. I'm not a gamer, really. That's just me personally. I'm more into anime than games.
I haven't played since like the 5th generation of games, but I played from the first. But I recently checked out a playthrough of the games, and the soundtrack was amazing. Anyways, we're here for politics. What? Now that I'm being myself, I don't know what to launch off of. Justin, give us something. Give us a hook.
Oh, just ask DM about anything. It'll get interesting.
So why is capitalism good?
I think that the markets that's kind of part of the whole idea of the American dream. You build your market, you build your business, and you make money, and you keep your money. And I believe that once you make money and the way you sell things, I believe that's a human right. I don't believe in government controlling what people should buy and sell. I think that should be up to the individual creating the business. I think that's part of the American dream. Personally, that's my view.
So you didn't agree with the idea of trust busting then? I know that was a long time ago, but
I'm not 100% sure what that exactly is.
I'm not okay with who the president was because I'm not American and that was never forced down my throat. But one of the presidents did
Teddy
trust
Roosevelt
busting to break up Teddy Roosevelt, to break up monopolies. Not saying I agree with everything that Roosevelt did, just this one thing I do agree with because I think competition is something that if you want to say it's a good thing, it has to be like an equal playing field for everybody, not just those who own resources.
It depends on the monopoly. It depends on the type of business. It depends on if the business is actually hurting certain types of people. Because there are monopolies out there that I would love to see crumble. One of them being the hospital monopolies. I live in the state of Wisconsin, and one of the things about the state of Wisconsin, especially the northern Wisconsin, that I really hate, and this is actually one of my more liberal takes. I have conservative takes, but I also have a few liberal takes. And one of my liberal takes is right now with our healthcare system in Wisconsin, all of the nonprofit organization hospitals have been being bought out by these two big corporations, which has made healthcare in the state of Wisconsin really expensive because you used to be able to go to a certain hospital or something and pay this much for it, but because the monopoly is getting so big and they're buying all these hospitals, people can't afford to get healthcare anymore. That's an example of a monopoly that I would love to see get broken up because that's actually
that's not why healthcare is expensive. That's my God.
I'm not saying it's why it's expensive. I'm just
you did. That was the exact argument you just made.
No, I just said that's a
hear
problem.
DM say it's one of the problems. By the way,
this guy's probably high on drugs when he's talking. He's probably not listening to every little detail that we're saying, and he's gonna miss things. I'm just gonna go ahead and say that right off.
I'm high on drugs too, but I think you'll find that that's not really gonna hurt my performance. So when
better than he is.
Well, here's the thing: is that Justin isn't he's a news person, right? He's an entertainer. He's not a debater. I'm a debater. So, anyways. I take it that
I am debate, ma'am, and I did debate in both high school and college. Thank you very much.
I'm better. See, I won. Nobody's arguing with me. How can I argue with that? I was gonna say though that I personally can't even I can't imagine getting people to pay for healthcare. Granted, I'm a heavily biased Canadian. I can't even imagine people paying for food. What do you think about a system where we only get people to pay for luxuries but not for basic needs or like essentials?
I'm for it to a certain extent. I think that I do actually believe in free healthcare, which is kind of shocking coming from a Republican. I've believed in patients' rights, and in general, I believe that healthcare should be free and affordable. I actually supported Obamacare in when 2017 when they were trying to overturn it. That was one of the few things that I wasn't with Trump on was healthcare. I think Republicans can do better on healthcare. But I do think that when it comes to basic needs, our taxes pay for firefighters, they pay for police officers, they pay for a lot of things that we need. They pay for first responders. Why should, if someone is dying or someone's really sick or someone needs healthcare, why should they have to be forced to pay thousands of dollars to get care? To me, that just seems unethical and it seems wrong.
Why on earth would you ever support the Republican Party? Like you made a very sound argument, but like their solution is the exact opposite of what you propose.
Why do I support the Republican Party? Because that's one issue out of many issues. I don't just
but that's one of the most pressing issues we face as a country.
To be fair, asking him why he's not a moderate, like I prefer he be a moderate than like a full blown Republican, and he is a bit of a moderate.
No, he's a far right winger. He sucks Trump's dick.
Yeah, I was gonna get to that because I wanted to put a cap on, like I wanted to hear what he said about food so we can put a cap on that and then ask specifically about Trump.
When it comes to food, I do think that we should continue having things like food stamps and ways for people who are unable to get food to be able to get food. And I do believe in welfare for people who can't afford certain things. If you don't have a job, I do believe in unemployment benefits. I do believe in giving some people money if they absolutely cannot get a job, if they absolutely cannot get food. But if you can make a living, I do feel like people should, food and such should be, on the market. People should be able to buy it. But I do think we should make some available for people who can't.
Okay, so what you're saying is called means testing, right? And it costs more to administer all this means testing than it does just to give people the shit without making them jump through hoops. Got to reset the clock. And like, if you have ever tried to go and take advantage of a program meant for poor people, it is a hell of a lot of hoops to jump through to get food stamps, to get any welfare doesn't exist anymore. But to get on the WIC program or something, it is almost like a full-time job to take advantage of government programs. So I don't understand this means testing bullshit because, like, the Republicans have this idea that there are all these people out here trying to take advantage of the system. But no, it's called, in philosophy, it's called the surfer bum argument. You're always going to have a small percentage of people that are just going to lounge around on the couch. But most people want to be productive. So if you provide for their basic means, I would argue it would unlock the full potential, that we wouldn't have poor people that might have the cure for cancer dying, toiling away at shitty-ass jobs and not actually reaching their potential.
It's not a bad argument.
I know.
If I could buttress that, particularly, I think a lot of right-wingers, and I don't know if this applies to you or not, I'm just putting this out there, they think like, well, why should this person get free food if I can't? But you can also get rid of that argument by saying, well, you can get free food too. Everybody should have free food. It's like, if you want brie cheese, that's something that, we have to import it. So maybe you have to pay for that.
I mean, I believe in that. I mean, I think it's all good ideas. Again, as I said before, I'm not a full-blown right-winger. I've been labeled.
But you
You sound like a
Trump.
moderate. Justin, and I'm just gonna let you know, Justin. I've talked to a lot of right wingers through like these Discord servers. He is not a full-blown right winger. He's a moderate. He's just probably uptight with certain things that makes him.
No, he's a religious nut job.
Like if religion comes into it, then that's fundamentalism, right?
Yes, which makes you a far right winger when you.
But I would never
trust
force
me.
a religion onto anybody.
We're getting ready to talk about Trump and like, how can someone who is a moderate support Trump?
I would actually consider Trump as more moderate than some of the other Republicans out there. I would actually argue that.
Then you have no clue
He's
what the
further
word
right.
moderate means or what politics even amounts to.
I mean, if you look at people like Ron DeSantis, Trump is way more moderate
reason-
than Ron DeSantis.
So I don't want to dogpile you. I know we're both jumping in, not giving you. I just want to point out. I think a moderate is somebody who takes positions regardless of party affiliation. What I think you're doing is moderation because you're willing to take positions regardless of your party affiliation. Trump is
No,
Trump
Nils.
didn't align-
I'm sorry to interrupt you there, but like most right wingers will agree with left wing policy when you explain them to them. But they will always be against them because it's the Democrats proposing it. Because their propaganda has convinced them that they must be against anything nominally to the left. So we're never going to get DM to actually support any of the policies.
If DM said that, I would renounce it. But what I want to explain to DM is that Trump doesn't align with Republicans because they're just not as far right as he is. So that's not the same. That's not moderation. That's just extremism.
I mean, I don't know if I agree with that because if you look at people, I'm just gonna use another person as an example. If you look at people like Ron DeSantis, Ted Cruz, a lot of these other Republicans, a lot of them rush to like the culture war, social issues. A lot of the Republicans I talk to, I've talked to a lot of Republicans in many Discord servers, and a lot of them they won't stop shutting up about LBGT. They won't stop shutting up about all these moral, righteous issues. When it comes to people like Trump, he doesn't talk about that at all. Like he talks about
buddy. You're talking to somebody who's watched how many Trump rallies in the last couple of months. That's all he fucking talks about, and how he's personally agreed.
Brought up the LGBTQ community
multiple times
more than DeSantis. Give me an example.
He was like, "They're teaching our kids transgender." Do you want that? Like fucking multiple times in his speech.
Brought up drag shows.
Yep.
Well, drag shows are different when it comes to
They're
showing
really
kids certain things. Then
they're like kids can't see dancing. They've never.
Well,
like,
they
don't
can
have
see
MTV.
dancing, but there was a video that got shared around where there was a woman who was flashing, who was like singing a bunch of dirty words, and that they were actually giving sex toys out to kids.
No.
It was on Fox News.
Of course, it was on Fox News.
And I guarantee you that wasn't happening then, because you know what normal people with kids don't do? They don't bring their kids to the shows like that. And if
on video,
you watched that?
They showed it on the news.
Yes, buddy.
So,
Fox lies.
That when when drag queens, not trans women, when drag queen take clothes off, it's because they have multiple layers. And so Fox News could have easily, by using their censoring, pretended like she was flashing that kid, and it didn't, and it wasn't there because there's probably more stuff underneath. They not only have, bras and stuff, which might be questionable, but they have stuff that like helps their body shape. So they're not naked under those clothes. Definitely not as naked as we are.
Can you is it possible for you to acknowledge that Fox News may show you a piece of video and lie to you about what is occurring?
I mean, I'm not saying that that's not possible.
I'm going to tell you it's more likely. Because that's what Fox does.
If you're trying to protect kids, being superstitious about what's going to corrupt them isn't going to save them. This panic has been going on for decades about hypersexualized culture. If anything, rape is like harder now for rapists to do. Kids are more likely to call out shitty behavior and to care about consent. We have a better culture around sex and like more informed kids than ever. I think that if anything, those people were like polarly what's the word I'm going for? Like as wrong as you can be. Like, not just like, oh, that didn't happen. Like, no, the opposite happened.
I mean, I don't 100% agree with you, and I'll explain why. Our culture today has changed a lot for when it comes to what it used to be. Back then, in the earlier days, when it came to things like sex, it was, again, scrutinized to have sex before marriage, and you would it was more, you find one person, you get married, and then that was what was the norm. Nowadays, you look at our culture today, what's being normalized is casual sex, porn, and there's even people in Discord servers, I'm not going to say which ones, but I've debated them, that actually think it's okay for kids under the age of 18 to have sex with each other. And that's where our culture is going. I mean, you look at some of the laws in some of these states. There are states that actually have laws now that allow kids to have sex with each other, and people debate this in servers. I think
Holy
it's
shit.
even more dangerous.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Kids are going to have sex with...
now. And
kids are going through something called puberty, which literally their brain tells them to have sex with each other. What we don't want is them having sex with adults.
It doesn't make it any better. Kids should not be having sex until they're 18. We shouldn't be allowed.
No.
Wait a minute.
You should teach them to practice safe sex because they're gonna do it.
And who decided that like this is some law surrounding teenagers? It's never been the case that teenagers don't have sex. The opposite has been true, and trying to force them into a box is only going to create problems.
That is predatorial talk right there.
It's really not.
Hey, DM, let me ask you a question. Do you know the story of Romeo and Juliet?
I do. And that
you know how old they were?
They were 13, but that was a very different time period, and I'll explain why it was a different time
period.
We haven't
evolved that much since then.
People didn't only live to be 30 in those time periods. That's why they got married earlier.
But they still had puberty at the same age. They still had puberty at the same age. Yes, it does.
Again, I live in my state of Wisconsin. If anybody, regardless of how old they are, if they are under 18 and they have sex, it's a crime, no matter what age.
That's not true.
That is, in the state of Wisconsin, it is true. Yes, go
and
look
Wisconsin
it up right now, Justin.
Fucking sucks. Your place is like an authoritarian.
That can't possibly be true.
We have a Democrat governor.
And he should change that law.
Well, they can't possibly be true.
We got a Republican legislature. We're not going to allow that.
There it is. There it is.
If you think kids should be allowed to get sexual with each other, then that's predatorial behavior.
Buddy, I did it.
Do you think
I did it when I was a kid?
Bad? First of all, it's a question of what you actually think the harms are. But do you think it's inherently bad when kids masturbate?
Yes.
Why?
I think it's dirty. I think it's wrong.
So it's just your preference. You don't have any real reason. It's just something you
I wouldn't say
that
that necessarily should be like we should be knocking down people's doors if they did. But again, that's a lot different than two kids having sex with each other and risking things like pregnancies and teen pregnancies.
The definition of dirty is akin to some sort of spiritual evil. Like,
what's the actual harm? That's my personal belief. I am.
But what's the real harm? Like, what's going to happen to a kid who masturbates that you are so worried about?
Nothing, and I'm not going to try to stop them, but I'm saying that I believe it's wrong personally by what my religious beliefs are.
Well,
and
I'll say this much,
others. But when it comes to kids having sex with each other, that's a very different situation. That's not just people doing things to themselves by themselves. That's them actually doing something with another person.
That's them practicing to be adults. That's them. No, that's them practicing to be.
They should not. If kids can't gamble under a certain age. Kids can't drink under a certain age. Kids can't drive until they're a certain age. Kids should not be able to have sex.
They can't do that alongside adults. But guess what? I'm going to give you a bit of a spoiler. Majority of kids who grew up, even to this day, drink and gamble and stuff behind their fucking backs.
And they shouldn't be. And that's the problem. They shouldn't be doing that.
But according to you, but you can't point to any real harm other than that maybe they're better functioning later on in life because they have a better grasp on these things. And that's not a harm. That's good.
And then go ahead and just say it straight off the bat. If you think kids should be allowed to have sex under the age of 18, then you're a groomer. I'm going to say that.
No. You don't get to decide that. That is not what grooming means.
No idea what that word means. Like, you're literally, if you can't use that word right, then please don't use it.
Exactly.
You know, you're live right now, and you're kind of incriminating yourself by saying that kids.
No one is incriminating themselves.
We can actually articulate what we're saying without using the wrong words.
Just because you call us groomers doesn't make it true, idiot.
It is true. If you're saying that kids should be allowed to have sex underage, then that is
with each other.
Talk.
With each other.
That is predatory talk. They should not be doing that. You should not be encouraging that.
You have no understanding of what child exploitation actually looks like, and so you apply it to anything that suits your moral judgments. Child exploitation is bad because it harms children, but you can't actually point to any harm here, and so your definition of child exploitation is moot.
I live in an area where I've seen teen pregnancies happen in my school.
Buddy, I'm from Appalachia. There is a epidemic of teen pregnancy. Do you know what brings that down? Do you know what brings that down? Proper sex education. Providing condoms to kids.
Yeah, and
you shouldn't be selling
so the
kids
causes
any kind of if you sell kids any
they don't
kind of
sell it to them,
sexual
actually. They tend to hand
Well,
them
good.
out.
Good, they shouldn't sell. Oh, well, then that's a problem. Then those people should be arrested. You shouldn't be selling kids anything related to adult.
You shouldn't sell kids things to prevent the harm that you're trying to prevent.
You should
That's
be
a really
you
interesting
should be preventing
notion
them
there.
from having sex is what you should be
What
doing.
No, hold on. DM.
Justin, please. Justin, I have deferred to you a couple times, if I could, please. What about taking the mature route, accepting that they have sex, and making sure they're prepared so we can actually reduce the teen pregnancies?
No, I'm absolutely not. Kids should not be having sex at all. We should be having more people try to put a stop to it. Try to encourage kids not to do that at the age they are, and encourage them to wait until they're a certain age. Absolutely,
I could easily just call it. I could easily call it. You're saying predatory because you're actually making kids ill-equipped to A, avoid predators, B, avoid pregnancy, and C, understand anything to do with their sexuality growing up.
Until they're 18. People are supposed to wait until they're of the age before they're allowed to do anything.
They're supposed to wait to do that legally, but as far as their hormones go, that shit starts... No, as far as hormones goes, that shit starts around the age of 10, give or take, depending on sex.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. That has nothing to do with it. It doesn't matter.
It does. No, it does, because then they have something called libido and sex drive, and that makes them want to act on it, much like it makes adults want to act on it. And expecting that to wait till 18 is literally mindless. You're setting yourself up for failure. You're setting them up for failure.
And I would just like to point out he was wrong.
Never come to my state.
The age of consent in Wisconsin is 18, but kids can have sex with each other, and it is not against the law.
There's no Romeo and Juliet laws in my state, my friend.
Romeo and Juliet law.
You even know what that is?
You're an idiot.
No, I'm not. Look at
Yes, you are. You have no idea what you're talking about.
I do know what I'm talking about. I stand by what I'm talking about.
I'm gonna give them some credit and look it up because I don't specifically know what that means.
The age of consent in Wisconsin is 18, but if two 17-year-olds have sex, that is not illegal.
It is illegal. Look it up.
No, it's not. I did. You're an idiot, as always.
Okay, so what you don't understand about Romeo and Juliet laws is that it doesn't apply to two people who are both under 18. It protects people from statutory rape charges if one of them is over 18, which, in terms of like morality, I don't think is that bad. But in terms of legality, I think it is a good line to set because at least we know that kids under that age won't be getting with adults.
Oh, yeah, because there is that law in Kentucky, and that's what, like, I had a girlfriend who was 16 when I was 19. That's one of the reasons.
Look it up, by the way. That's how I figured out you're
wrong.
wrong.
And you engage in sexual intercourse with a minor who is 17, it is considered statutory rape. I just read that on the internet. No, you're wrong.
Yeah, dude. Oh my God, dude.
My state, it's 18.
You have no idea what you're talking. But if two 17-year-olds have sex, that's not illegal. That's what you were saying.
It is illegal. That should be illegal.
You just said you don't want to enforce your morality on people, but you want it to be.
That's not enforcing
you can't have
morality.
It.
Kids
yes,
cannot
it
be
is.
doing things that they're
the
not
law
supposed to be doing.
Enforces morality. The law literally enforces morality.
That's not morality. That's allowing kids to do things they're not supposed to be doing at their age.
That they're not supposed to be doing according to you and literally nobody else.
According to what they shouldn't be doing. That's harmful to kids.
No.
You have no understanding of how it's harmful at all. If you want to find solutions, no, you don't, because you have no understanding of the role of sex ed in this, and you refuse to acknowledge it because you're scared of it.
No, I do acknowledge it. I took the classes in school,
So then you should concede to Justin's point that sex ed can prevent teenage pregnancies.
It can prevent. I'm saying it can prevent it, but it doesn't mean we should be encouraging kids.
No,
to have
all.
sex until they're 18.
No, you can do both. You can encourage.
Oh,
abstinence.
you cannot. If you are encouraging
Yes, you
kids
can.
to do stuff when they're not supposed to be, that should be illegal.
No,
A
you can
teacher or an
encourage
adult could go to
no.
jail for encouraging that. I genuinely believe that.
So this isn't how the real world deals with anything anymore, because your model is defunct and we found it doesn't work. We don't deal with drugs by saying, you know what, we're just going to tell you not to do drugs and then let you do all the wrong things. We do something called harm prevention, which is acknowledging that this is happening and doing what we can to minimize the damage from it. You're seeing this as some form of enabling, and it's not. It's simply being mature about the reality of the fact that kids.
You can teach the reality about drugs, but do we encourage kids to do drugs? No, we do not. The same way.
You're right. We don't, and we don't encourage kids to have sex. There is no saying go out and have sex. There isn't.
Well,
they're saying we can't stop you from having sex. No, they're saying that there is no natural law preventing kids from having sex. They're going to do it. And they're going to, and that's not actually going to prevent them from having sex. And people who want to give them condoms simply don't want them to get pregnant or have STIs. So it's not predatory, it's preventative and harm reduction.
You can teach about safe drugs, safe sex. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make the morality any less right when it comes
There is nothing immoral about kids having sex.
There absolutely is.
No, there isn't.
No, there's not.
There absolutely is.
Name one thing that.
Buddy, just because you couldn't get laid in high school doesn't mean the rest of us didn't.
But
there's nothing wrong with not getting laid in high school either.
No, I want you to express what your actual fears are other than teenage pregnancy, because we've debunked that, and so you have no hill to die on anymore.
First of all, I'm going to give you many reasons. One, when you're under a certain age, your brain is not fully developed. That is a known fact.
Your brain's not fully developed yet. You know that, right?
Justin, shut up.
Well, I'm
sit there and be quiet
serious.
and let me talk. No, shut up, sit down and let me talk. I got the wheel.
That was a good zinger, Justin.
What's true, too.
What I'm saying is kids do not have a mentality as adults do. There's a reason we have ages before people can do certain things. There's a reason for that. Kids aren't supposed to be drinking alcohol under a certain age. Why? Because it can be dangerous and harmful. It's like giving a kid
DM, but this is a product that the government regulates. Sex is not a product that the government regulates.
This show.
Justin, shut up! I'm talking and don't interrupt me.
I am trying not to
talk over you
dogpile.
every time you interrupt me.
DM, I'm gonna try to moderate a bit. This is Justin's show, and he should be able to talk over you when he wants. But I am trying not to dogpile you. So maybe just try to let him say what he's gonna say, and then continue on with your points.
If he's not gonna let me speak, then what's the point of even being on?
You are getting to speak. Just let him have his input as well.
Like, your examples aren't analogous.
I haven't even finished my examples because you interrupted me. Why don't you listen and not interrupt? Because you seem to like to talk more than you like to listen.
More time you spend on this, the less time you can spend making your points. Get to it.
Okay, so as I was saying, again, kids do not have the same mentality as adults. It takes time for kids' brains to develop. Kids are not as smart as adults. Kids don't.
Can you get to the points you haven't made, please? Because I don't want to hear these points again.
You need to just let me speak. So, again, kids can't drink when they're underage. Why? Because it could hurt them. Alcohol can hurt people. Alcohol can be dangerous. That's why we have an age limit for when people drink alcohol. Gambling, it's not something that kids are allowed to do either. That is also illegal for kids to do for multiple reasons, because kids don't know how to handle that kind of stuff. Same with drug use, smoking. Same with driving. We don't let kids of under a certain age drive a car, and there's reasons for that. The same applies to sex.
These are products. You are naming products.
Why do we separate people by their gender when they go and they
DM
on sleepouts or nights out? Why do we separate?
You are naming products so they don't fuck each other.
Exactly, because we don't want people.
Because it's so natural, it is so innate in their brains that they're gonna want to fuck each other. It's evolution, you dumb shit. That's why it's going to happen.
And we try to prevent that from happening because they shouldn't be at their age.
We should try to make sure when they do it safely. And your way has been proven to lead to more STDs, leads to more teen pregnancy. Because when you tell teens not to do something, they want to do it even more.
And so here's the thing: is like, I'm all for reminding kids that they can be abstinent. But when they don't, we can't just throw them under the bus and leave them unprepared and uneducated about these things.
I'm not saying that to educate them. What I'm saying is we should...
No, you were saying that education was grooming earlier.
I said if you're encouraging kids to be able and telling them that they can have sex in their
Well, that's a straw man telling them that they can have sex.
Nobody's saying that they should. In fact, there's very much... Even my sex ed, which wasn't that progressive at the time, was very much saying that even if you don't have sex, that's okay. It's up to you when you want to have sex.
It shouldn't be up to them. They should wait until they're an adult before they should.
According to what science? According to what science? Because you talked about
doesn't matter. According to what's ethical.
You talked about an undeveloped brain, but you have no idea what you're actually
buddy,
talking about.
your ethics are informed by some fucking mythological book. No, like, ethics is
It's a fear of the dark, right?
Malleable thing.
Like really, you need to not be afraid of things just because you don't like them. Like, if you look at the actual data, we truly prevent harm better by preparing them and educating them and not shaming them for wanting to have sex, because that clearly leads to them having issues with their self-identity. But rather making sure that A, they're doing it when they're comfortable, especially for like women, because that's an important thing, and B, that we're teaching them consent, because that is something that was lacking in my sex ed. I think I had one teacher, and I was like, my head when he taught us sex ed wasn't like all there, because I was in a strange place in my life. I don't want to get into it. So those kind of went over my head, and it actually took me a while to understand consent. And God, I wish someone would have drilled that into me sooner, because that would have saved a lot of mishaps that like I live with regret with today, where I could have been more sensitive to the other person, what the other person wanted, right? And so this is all about making this thing less harmful, and I don't see why that's so awful to you. Because just because you say that you don't want to enforce this on this stuff, but to say that something's inherently bad is kind of saying that it should be different. And so there is like a blurred line between you saying like, this is my belief system and this is what the world should be like.
I mean, it should be common sense. It's been common sense for years. It's been common sense that kids are not supposed to be doing sexual things. It's been common sense for
because people were afraid of STIs and teenage pregnancies and had no idea how to make contraception. But we didn't have contraception or anything like that. Like at best, we had sheepskin condoms, and those were in low supply, so nobody wanted to give them to the teenagers.
I'm starting to get why many people on the right call people like you groomers. And
here we go again. Yes, because they're idiots like you.
I question.
You can't tell the difference between
actually understand it.
Because you can't tell the difference between worldview and your reality, and every time you're presented with a reality, you have to fight against it by attacking the other person. Stop shooting the messenger.
I'm going to send this stream to a right-wing group because I want them to hear this.
I'm not surprised. I'm really not surprised.
Buddy, I'm going to send it to right-wing groups. I try to get you people fucking upset.
Is this a way to feel powerful right now, that what you just said?
No, he thinks that we are admitting to some crime or something on here.
I mean, technically, you're not.
No, not technically. You're an idiot.
What you're saying is creepy.
No, I'm calling his bluff because one thing, I don't think he knows of any groups that would actually be as stupid as he is. And secondly, I think what you're trying to do here is have leverage and try to put us on the defense. And I'm not going to be put on the defense on this because it's really stupid.
I mean,
and another stupid person came up. That's really awesome. Here we go.
Who's this guy?
Here we go.
I don't know no Queen excited. Alexa. And I thought it would go over to the other side of the screen, and it did not. I don't know what I'm going to have to do.
Yeah, welcome. We're talking to two people who apparently think kids having sex is good.
Remember when I explained to you what a straw man argument was the other day? When you misrepresent your
I'm not
opponent's
misrepresenting
argument.
It's exactly what you're saying.
That's what you just did right now. No, who said that kids having sex is good? We never said that.
I mean, that's what you're saying, basically.
No, we're not. That is what your dumb ass is interpreting us as saying.
Because we
But it is
simply
the
want
opposite of
kids-
what we are saying.
Because we simply want to reduce teenage pregnancies and STIs from using a mature worldview. It's really that scary for them. Getting over yourself is an option. But let's think about it the other way. DM, do you think kids should be getting STIs and pregnant for having sex? Do you think that this is a moral punishment for them to face?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so given that your model doesn't actually prevent teenagers from having sex, why do you think it's okay to not educate kids?
I think we should educate them, but I'm also saying we shouldn't encourage it. We shouldn't encourage.
We're not
kids.
encouraging it. We're making sure they're prepared for when they do it to not incur harm.
And if they do it, there should be some sort of punishment if they do it, just like there is for kids who get caught with drugs.
For having biology, they should be punished for having a libido. That's fucked up.
Yep.
No, it's not. They shouldn't be having sex until they're of a certain age. Just like they can't drink when they're under a certain age. Just like they can't do drugs when they're under a certain age. That's common sense.
They don't need to
common
drink.
sense.
They don't need to do drugs. Those are things that we need to correct actions for. And I'm still arguable about the punitive system for the way, or I'm still against the punitive system for the way it sees doing that. The problem with your method specifically is that the things you're against don't match with your methodology for preventing it. Your methodology causes more of it and has no realistic basis for addressing things like team basis or STIs. Unless you want that, you should really stop trying to die on this hill.
I am sorry, but I will not, under any circumstances, say that it should be legal or allowed for anybody who is not an adult to get
The morality police over here.
Yeah, they don't want to enforce. They don't want to enforce their moralities, but they do.
We're gonna go lock up kids for doing what's natural to them.
We should get them help, definitely.
Get them help for what is natural. Dude, do you not believe in like biology, evolution? Like their brains turn. Did you never go through puberty?
I did.
I think there's something really wrong with you. And I think that is why your worldview is so
I'm so
warped.
tempted to make really mean comments that aren't fair to virgins right now.
Especially when it comes to sex. You have a lot of repression going on that has fucked your head up. And you need to seek
that way.
You're the fucked up one. You need to seek help.
How am I messed up? Because I believe that it's wrong for kids to have sex. I messed up.
No, I think you
That's
have.
a messed up
I think you have fears about things that for some reason relate to repressed emotions you have relating to sex, and I think that these sort of fears that
I think the fears are valid. Most people, when it comes to certain fears, they are valid.
If they were valid, then you would actually be seeking ways to reduce harm instead of preventing the thing you're just simply afraid of.
Wow.
We have conclusive evidence that abstinence-only education causes the opposite effect. It causes more teen pregnancy. It causes more STIs.
But I said that we should still be.
You have no way to delineate encouraging kids from educating them.
You're saying us advocating for proper sex education is encouraging kids.
Okay, to be fair, I'm going to moderate here so we don't dogpile him. He said that wanting to give them condoms in, which is still just trying to prevent harm. It's not grooming them.
Okay, when you go into an adult store, do you have to show your ID to get in?
This has nothing to do with anything.
Because they sell porn and you can see porn on the shelves.
Exactly, and
it's
there's
not
a
because they
reason
sell
for that.
condoms.
And there's a reason for that, right?
It's not because they sell condoms. No, it's because the material's explicit. Condoms aren't explicit. They don't have naked women on the packaging.
I think that if a kid tries to buy condoms, they should have some way of of like letting law enforcement know these kids.
Good God, no!
You should go and find out what they're doing.
That is fucked up.
You
totalitarian piece of shit.
You want them to, so you want to increase teen pregnancy is the ultimate conclusion of your argument, because that's what will happen. I'm just letting you know. You're not actually afraid. Yes, you're not actually afraid of teen pregnancy, because kids are just going to have sex without condoms then. And you're also going to increase the amount of STIs they have.
Fact. Do you know anything about this topic, DM, or did you just take this position because you're a fucking Christian?
I took this position because common sense. Even people who are not Christian.
No, common sense is never an argument for anything. First of all, common sense is what people call their intuition, and most people's intuition is wrong.
I have more common sense than you, Justin, and you know that.
And I have more, and I think I actually have more education on you than this, because I've looked this up for previous debate topics and prepped on it. And yeah, I'm telling you right now, your prescriptions are garbage. That's all they are. Nobody who actually works in the public health field will say, "Oh yeah, this is how we deal with teen pregnancy."
You really trust the public health field?
Yes. Yeah. They're the experts, you idiot.
Wow.
Yeah. They don't. Yeah, they're
after all the stuff we've gone through. Like
some incel furry sitting in his mom's basement is not the expert on anything.
My mom doesn't even have a basement.
Let's not bring furries
Second,
into this,
what does
please.
being a furry have to do with anything? You bring that up like it has something to do.
No
with
furry
something.
hate.
What does it have?
I don't have any hate for furries. As I said, I probably have several
Then let's
fans
not
that
bring
are furries.
furries into your derogatory statements.
I didn't make it. I wasn't being derogatory towards furries. It triggers him.
That's not good enough for me.
I'm just saying that. What does it have to do with anything? It's like, oh, I'm going to use something.
And see, now you've given him something to whine about.
Well, I'm just saying, you don't know jack shit. For you to question public health authorities, you gotta have fucking evidence, and you're just a punk ass kid.
Yeah, if anyone's gonna find flaws in the public health system, it's gonna be someone who actually understands public health, not somebody who's not some random on the internet who thinks they know better than everybody else because common sense. Yeah,
Yep.
Everybody has common sense. Yours isn't any better if that's what you're going from.
I mean, it's been common sense for years. Kids are not supposed to have sex.
No, that wasn't common sense. That was called traditionalism. And again, it was happening because we didn't have any alternatives. All we could do was to shame people for to prevent these outcomes, and that ended up being the worst outcome.
I also
that ended up increasing it.
And I would like to point out, because I love logic, that is an appeal to tradition fallacy. And that's why I get so upset with right-wingers. They think they're so smart, but they're literally using fallacious logic.
I also wanted to continue on with the original thing I was trying to say, because you had said culture has gotten better.
I feel like I have a duty as a moderator in his chat to point out to other right-wingers who might be in there. I did say duty. But I only timed out what was their name again? Cyanide or something?
Cyanide.
Cyanide, because of course I should remember that, but the sign in the name messed me up. I only timed them out not because they were calling out fallacies, but because they call out the fallacy, and that's 2 degrees of boneheadedness. So at that point, you just need some cool down. It wasn't to be mean. It wasn't or anything. I was joking about, using my mod powers to cope, to make fun of myself for levity, but
Oh no, it was totally cool.
right wingers are welcome. Just don't go into like second degree depravity.
Back to what I was saying. You had asked me the question earlier, and I was answering it. We got sidetracked onto this specific topic about laws and kids having sex. But you said before that the culture today, when it comes to sexual stuff, is better than it used to be, and I wanted to continue that. So back then, as I said before, it was encouraged for people to find one sexual partner, get married, and live a life with one sexual partner. What has happened in our culture? Hold on, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
When you make that statement, you are referring to a very specific set of beliefs.
I'm not done.
Very specific culture.
interrupt. You like to talk more than listen.
You do know there are other cultures in the world, and they did things much differently,
I am
right?
talking, and I have not finished talking yet. So why don't you give me your culture spiel when I'm done talking?
I don't know, Justin.
But what you said was fundamentally wrong. I know right-wingers hate it when I do this, but when you're saying something that fucking wrong, I feel the need to correct it.
You're just
DM, do you think this is Justin's show?
Nothing but interrupt.
This is Justin's show. Do you think you could just let Justin have his input and then finish your point? And you know,
I really honestly don't care whose show it is. If it's
he's probably going to file a takedown notice on YouTube.
Like, how about instead of like responding every time, you just pause and then let him finish. That way we can actually move on, because we don't need to have a debate over what the format is going to be here. But I don't want you to be dogpiled, so I'm going to try to moderate and not jump in as much. Okay?
Okay.
So go ahead. And
what I was saying is that was the norm back then. Nowadays we have we're getting into a new system where casual sex and pornography have replaced finding a single partner. What this has done to our culture, and this is how it works. Somebody has sex with just one person, they have one sexual partner, they're gonna be more satisfied than someone who has had 8 or 9. When people have multiple sexual partners and get addicted to pornography, what happens to their brains is they end up wanting more or more extreme versions of what they had before, because regular sex will then eventually become stale to them. That is why things like rapes happen. That is why things like pedophilia happens. That is scientifically based. That is the truth of the matter. That is why you see so many sexual assaults today. That's why you see rapes. That's why you see sexually frustrated people, because people now it's now the norm for people to go look at porn and have sex with whoever allows them to. That's why sites like OnlyFans and Tinder exist. Didn't exist back then that way. Back then, it was you find one sexual partner and you be with them. Now, I'm not saying we should make that law. I don't think people should be with. I do think we should have people should have freedom to do what they want. But at the same time, it should be more. The culture should be putting up finding one single partner and having one single partner, and promoting having sex with multiple different types of people, and promoting pornography.
Wrap it up.
Because if you go to sites like Twitter and every other place, porn is just everywhere.
30 seconds.
Okay. Don't you see that as a cultural problem?
Hey, DM,
Something that
did you? No. Why do you see it as a problem?
I just explained why I see it as a problem. Why did I?
No, you didn't.
Anything I just say?
So.
Well, actually, I was in the bathroom peeing.
Yeah. Okay. So you said that like educating children and not shaming them about having sex and not punishing them is leading to pornography and pedophilia.
That's not what I said. That was not what I'm talking about. I moved on from the whole children thing. We're moving on to moving on.
No,
from
you
that,
said that something leads to pedophilia. What was it in your Gishkolop?
I said in our culture today. Back then, when it comes to having one person who has one single sexual partner, they get married, they have one single sexual partner and is more satisfied than someone who has multiple sexual partners and looks at pornography all the time. The fact that people have sex with so many different people, their brain will eventually become stale from just regular sex, and they will want the next extreme, which leads to things like rape and pedophilia.
He's talking about neurobiology. Can I please have this? I know I don't want to walk over you because I know you want to respond, but
that's what I was. That's what.
No, please.
So how do you define the brain as going stale? Because that's not really something that can happen to a brain.
It's science. That's how
it's not. Works. There is no scientific definition of a brain going stale. You have to explain it better than that.
So, when somebody has sex with multiple different people, okay, so they're always having regular sex. They get turned on. Eventually, regular sex is not going to get them going. They're not going to be interested in it anymore. It's going to be boring to them, and they're going to
referring to desensitization.
Exactly. That's what's happening to our culture today. That's what's happening in our culture, because we just allow people to have sex whenever they want, and porn is literally everywhere. Kids have access to porn nowadays. Like, it's so easy for people who are young to just get access to this stuff because it's just everywhere.
And granted, we can mitigate some of the problems that causes because unfortunately it is inevitable. Well, we can by educating them and not shaming them for looking at it. So
now, DM, hold on. I'm going to let you go back to it. Ninetales, I want to point out something. Do you know what the first video, when video was invented? Because you seem to think that this is a new problem. Do you know what the first video ever created? It's in a museum. Do you know what the first video was?
No.
It was porn.
Okay.
It was a naked woman. It was the very first thing man ever put on film.
Naked doesn't equal porn.
So what I would like to look at all the classical Greek statues, people with their titties and dicks hanging out. You act like, by the way, the Greeks took multiple partners, orgies were very common, so you're making these appeals to tradition, but you're specifically saying your Anglo tradition. You understand that, right? Don't fucking eat on my stream.
I'm not eating, I'm taking a pill.
That's really loud, though. You should mute yourself if you're going to do that.
Look, do you understand the concept that when you make these appeals to tradition, you're appealing to a specific white Anglo tradition and a specific religion, and that a whole bunch of other people have existed that don't believe your bullshit, right?
Okay.
And that there have been societies where your thing where you're trying to say, oh, well, back in the day they did this. But no, there were plenty of, fucking Jesus hung out with the hookers.
Not to mention that when they did that, it ended up being pretty harmful. You had a lot more pedophilia and stuff. It just, no kids didn't know how to tell adults about it, which was even worse.
Yep. Do you understand this concept?
What an interesting debate.
Why am I not getting a response from you? Why do you wanted to talk? I understand what you said.
While he takes his pills, it could be part of it.
No, I'm here. I'm just listening to what you have to say. I mean, I've said literally what the truth
is. Do you understand that there are plenty of societies I can point to that didn't believe what you believe?
Yeah, and how did they turn out?
If you really think this is the truth, there's a lot of ways that that's going to turn out to be wrong if you ever get your way. Because we've already tried this, and it's what led to the need for us to educate kids.
I mean, we never said not to educate kids.
And to make sure they're prepared for sex. And the idea that we can just condemn away this over-sexualized culture is hilarious to me. Because first of all, I have a feeling that you are one of those people who's into liberties and freedoms, but it's one of those rules for thee but not for me thing.
I'm for liberty and freedoms, but when it comes to things like kids, they don't have the same liberties that adults do, and there's a reason that that's the case. As I've said,
but they can take guidance from adults who mean well.
They can learn about certain things, but that doesn't mean they're able to do certain things until they're an adult.
So as mature adults, we can tell them that when you're going to have sex, wear a condom. Here's a condom to use if you're going to have sex. And they can say, no, I don't want that. Or, sure, maybe I'm going to use that. And that's about it.
And if they are saying they want to do that, we should have people trying to convince them not to. Because it's not good for them to do that.
No, it's not good to shame them for something that's natural about them.
It's not good to shame them, that gives them prevent it.
No, you are shaming them. That's exactly what you're doing. You're trying to get the fucking law involved on kids being horny. You don't understand how fucking absurd you sound.
It's not absurd at all. I think it's common sense.
No, again, this is superstition that came out of a time where we were too ignorant to know how to deal with.
We weren't ignorant. We're more ignorant now than we were then.
That's impossible.
That's
literally impossible.
I'm not going to be on the wrong side of history when it comes to this.
Just because
I know what the government's trying to do. I know what they're trying to do.
This has nothing to do with the government. You just simply find it easier to agree with an outdated view because it requires you to do less intellectual heavy lifting.
Wants kids to know about how to have sex because the government's full of pedophiles and they want to lower the age of consent. That's
Here we
what
go.
they're trying to
QAnon.
do.
Here we go. Now we're at the roots. See,
I told you.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. If that's the case, let's say you're absolutely right that the government's full of pedophiles and stuff like that. That doesn't change the fact that I could do a study right now where I study a group of kids who are educated and are given the tools for safe sex versus a group of kids who aren't, and I will find higher rates of teen pregnancies, higher rates of like unconsensual sex scenarios, and higher rates of STIs in the groups that didn't receive the tools for sex ed or the tools for safe sex and sex ed. So it's not a part of a government agenda. It's something the government does at times, but that doesn't mean it's the same thing as whatever you think is going on is what's driving this. What's driving this are people who are in the medical field who want to stop STIs, who want to stop teen pregnancies, and are trying and are talking about ways that actually work instead of burying our heads in the goddamn sand.
And the medical field is corrupt.
No, it's not corrupt.
It's all run by shape-shifting parademons, okay? That's what it is. Also, Knight, I have a question for you.
No, you don't.
Kids in
no,
like
please don't talk to me.
Go for it. No, ask the question.
No, I don't. I don't want Queen Alexa to talk to me.
I'm sorry, but I'm gonna ask it anyway.
There's a reason I blocked you. Well,
yeah.
Well, then leave the chat if you don't want to hear him. Good.
It worked. You two seem amazing. Also, I like. Well, y'all both seem funny.
What did you have to say?
Oh, well, she's gone now. So now I was going to ask her if she's ever worked with kids, and then I was going to ask the follow-up question, but she's gone now. So.
Oh, what was the?
Why would it matter if she'd worked with kids?
Oh, it was depending on her answer. Would have been the follow-up.
Why would it matter?
Oh,
please enlighten me.
Oh, I was just wondering. There's no
Why did
reason.
she block you?
Oh, don't worry about it.
Stop eating on my fucking stream.
I'm chewing gum.
Oh my god! You wanted to be a voiceover actor, and you're gonna come on and fucking chew gum on somebody's stream.
I did. Good lord.
All right, DM, get the fuck out of here. Queen, what you got to say?
You two seem wonderful. If y'all do debate panels, I do a debate panel. I'd love to have you both on. Y'all seem great.
I don't usually do debate panels because I'm doing my own thing over here, but if someone invites me, I'll definitely come on.
All right. I'll send you a...
What
DM, get the fuck out of here.
I'll message you, DM.
Yeah, me.
Yeah, I got you.
How cute.
Well, thanks for... Yeah, well, thanks for having me.
So who are you? What you doing?
Wait, what'd you say?
Who are you? What's your deal?
Oh, I just run a thing called the shit show, political shit show.
The shit show, the political shit show. I'm into it.
Yeah, we do large panels with other Twitch poll content creators and stuff like that, and we do them about once a week.
See, I didn't like you say large panels. So were you talking like 8 or 9 people?
My largest one was 28 people, but
see, I don't like that. You can't hone in on a topic.
Well, we've actually decided to scope the size of them down recently. So now we're back to doing to like 6 to 8 people averagely.
I still think that's a lot. I think like 3-4 people tops.
Oh no! See, you have to have. There's like content, right? And then there's like the whole point of the shit show, right? Isn't really to have a productive conversation. It's to have a fun one, right?
So you want me? That's I've made your dick hard right now, right?
Oh yeah. Both of you, and DM. I'm just fucking just fucking horny as fuck.
Oh, DM is stupid. just point up that like you may want that.
DM is great.
The problem with DM is he's probably going to send YouTube a takedown notice over this video because he does that kind of shit.
Let's see. So yeah,
lose you?
Yeah, that's really about it. Yeah, I just came into I got a DM.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I misgender you?
Oh, I go by she her, but that's fine.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, Queen Alexa, my dumb ass.
You're fine. It's okay.
My apologies. So glad to meet you, Queen
All good.
Alexa.
Nice to meet you as well.
Did you follow the channel?
I will now.
Motherfucker, thank you for being a freaking follower.
No problem. Let me go to your Twitch, and then I'll give you a follow here. Let's see.
Did you get to talk to Nick Fuentes?
I have talked to Nick Fuentes.
How's Nicky boy?
I haven't talked to Nick in a while. But I talked to him like about a week ago in DMs, but I haven't talked to him recently.
The fucking Twitch chat is not showing up on screen. It's really annoying me because I'm not looking at the Twitch. DM says he's not gonna do a takedown notice on me because he knew I was live this time. He knew I was live last time. The chat that you're in is only used for being live. At Ninetales, I'll go over there and fuck shit up. Ninetales is trying to warn me about, but like I'll come on your panel and just fuck shit up. I will tell people off.
Sounds good to me.
That's what you want,
perfectly, That's exactly what I want. I want absolute chaos. That's what I want, bud.
I am absolute chaos. When we doing this?
Well, I'm gonna forward you an invite then.
All right. When am I coming on?
I do a show usually every Saturday. So what I do is I put it in my announcement, and if you like the topic that we're doing, then you can just shoot me a DM like I want in.
Are you a groper fest over there?
A groper fest? A groper?
Groiper.
Oh, groper? I'm not a groper, no. I know groipers, but I'm not a groper.
They fucking hate me. I'll go ahead and tell you that.
Fine by me.
Cool. Well, this should be fun. Or do you want to talk about me? Do you want to argue with me?
I don't know what you believe, so.
Well, I believe in whatever allows me to piss in Dan Crenshaw's open eye hole. So whatever that political philosophy is, that's what I subscribe to.
I think I can get behind that. I think that's something I can get behind.
I think maybe I need to start a church around it. Get some of that tax-free.
Yeah, that'd be base as fuck. Get like a religion going.
Indeed, a religion around pissing in Dan Crenshaw's open eye hole. I like it.
Yeah.
What do you believe?
Yes. I can get behind that. I think that might be a fucking thing I might show up for.
What do you believe? You mean what is the political topic that tickles your taint the most? What's the thing you're most passionate about?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't really know. I kind of just believe things. I never say. I have a thing, right? I don't ever state what I believe publicly. I let people figure that out.
Weird.
It works.
I don't know. I don't. Huh. But like I can tell you what my issues I'm most passionate about. Like I'm most passionate about criminal justice and worker rights and climate, right? So like why is that difficult for you to articulate?
Oh, it's not difficult to articulate, right? But I don't averagely state I believe A, B, or C. I kind of engage within conversations about what I believe, and you kind of figure it out from there. I'm not really big on being like, I believe A, B, or C. I much rather engage in a conversation, right?
But I can say, like, I believe in whatever policy is best for workers.
Sure. Yeah.
Because
I'd probably agree with you.
That's the side I'm on, you know. Nationalization of some industries, strong unions, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with everything you just said.
You're not giving me good content here. You gotta come at me with something.
Look, I didn't really come in here to debate, more just to listen for this time. But I'm sure I'll come back in again.
Well, hell yeah. Well, Queen Alexa, it was a pleasure. I look forward to being on your shit show panel.
We'd love to have you.
This Saturday, I think I'm on a panel about weed. See, that's the thing. I've been invited on panels, but it seems to be like friendly people that want me to come on and smoke weed with them.
Well, hey, you can do that. I don't care. Do whatever you want.
But you're gonna give me people to argue with.
Do what?
You're gonna give me people to argue with.
Of course I will. That's what I do best at.
Give me an example of some of the topics you guys have had.
Yes, we've had a lot of things. We've had everything from climate change to socialism to communism to about Nazis and platforming and everything. So we talk about virtually all things.
All right, cool. What's on the docket? What's coming up this Saturday? You guys talking about?
I think this Saturday is actually going to be a meme panel. I think I want to take a break from politics this week. We're going to host the meme panel, and we're going to talk about why can't I fuck my dog, and stuff like that. Then you just have a good meme panel to go on.
Well, it's your dog to fuck. I'm just holding his head.
Oh, well, that sounds good to me, right? And then, and then next week we'll resume doing politics, and I'll figure it out from there.
You pencil me in for next week. I'll come on.
All right, sounds good.
Fucking A.
I'll hit you up when time comes. All right, you take care.
You too. Bye, Queen Alexa. Well, I will go in there and fuck shit up. Last time I was on a panel where there was like debate, I've been on like one? And it was with the Jimmy Dore kind of people. Like I was on there 5 minutes tops before I called somebody a dumb fuck. It was like intro, and then the first person spoke, and then just as soon as they stop, I was like, God damn, you're a dumb fuck. And then it was boom from that point on. Not a single person voted for me as winning that debate. But I think I did. I see that you have sent me messages. I will check them out. You know me. I'm all for the drama. Okay, Smokey's right there. Do you want me to go try to find the kitten? Do you want a kitten? Trixie. Kitten's been all up in my shit today, so I'm amazed. She hasn't been in here yet. Hold on, I'm gonna go find the kitten. Now about 8 weeks old, and is a fucking holy terror. Holy shit. That kitten is not scared of anything. That kitten will fuck anything that gets in its way up. I looked everywhere for the kitten, and finally I gave up, and I was like, all right, Socks is over here on the couch. I'll go grab Socks. And the kitten was on the couch. I just couldn't see her because she blended in with the couch. So she's about 8 weeks old now. She's a tortoiseshell calico. She got a bobtail. And she is a ball of fire. Hey, Trixie. She is not scared of anything. She will fuck you up. She's purring. She's purring really loud. She jumps off of high things. She gets in places I wouldn't expect her to get in. I sat her down and she went and she fucked with Smokey. She went to go fuck with Smokey. We never did get somebody call in. Fortunately, our friend Nina didn't call in. I'm sorry that halfway through that conversation, the Twitch chat stopped showing up on screen. Tones, good evening. Disposable thumb. Good evening. Clinically, I think I told you good evening, but I love you so much. Oh man, Redeem, get back to the news. See, I wasn't seeing the Twitch shit. Oh, you just did it. You did it just now. All right, we'll get back to the news. I got you. Let me say hey to everybody. Somebody, Milton, my friend. I'm so glad to have you here. Let's talk about sex, baby. That was an interesting conversation. Did you guys like that? Should I have cut that off? I don't know. Like, I was enjoying it, but once again, like, I'm a glutton for punishment. I really love you too, Tones. I'm so glad to have you here. You are my friend. Shit. Where'd we leave off? Okay, back to the news we go. I wish I could. Hold on. Let me see if I can reset the chat. I have a way to reset the chat. I figured that out the other day. So if I reset it, perhaps. Somebody send a message on Twitch. Let's see if we've got it back. Oh, is it Restream bot fucking up? Well, god damn it. Now it looks like it's not doing YouTube chat at all. The chat is ready to display messages. Well, the weird thing is I've been seeing YouTube comments over here on, like, because in OBS. So there's YouTube is back. Clinically, Tones message about sucking my dick didn't pop up. Everyone missed out on that one.
You live in sexual anarchy.
Let's get this channel to a little bit bigger of a status, and we'll have a get together at a hotel sometime. Find out what sexual anarchy really is.
You live in sexual anarchy.
Shit. I'm sorry the chat's fucking up. I thought I could reset it. It looks like it's a Restream bot thing, possibly. I miss you guys. The one-sided Ninetales chat was cool. I tried to lay out. See, like, I kept muting myself and laying out, but then he kept saying the dumbest shit. And I wanted in, because like that when you both yeah, the bot does seem to be offline. Unfortunately, I don't know why it shows YouTube though. Fuck you, Restream bot. I was like, Ninetales, talk to DM. This will get interesting. I didn't plan on really getting involved all that much, and I think that was a good thing. But he kept saying the dumbest shit. The dumbest shit. I can't get over the fact that he couldn't comprehend that there were other... The emotes work. The emotes show up, and that's how I knew there was something wrong with Twitch chat. I saw an emote, and I was like, what message did that come from? Well, it hung on for most of the show. Maybe Restream bot will come back. We'll get back to doing the news. A royal aide quits after making unacceptable racist comments at the palace. Do we actually have the comments on video? No, this is just one of those music under it. 83-year-old Buckingham Palace official. The video shows the Queen Consort. The fuck is a Queen Consort? Video shows Queen Consort chatting with Sistas Space's Nogzi Fulani at the November 29th reception. So this happened yesterday. Gonna be honest, I mean, she looked pretty good for 83. The prominent activist later tweeted about the racially insensitive exchange. Mixed feelings about yesterday's visit to Buckingham Palace. 10 minutes after arriving, a member of staff, Lady S.H., approached me, moved my hair to see my name badge. The conversation below took place. The rest of the event is a blur. So, asked her where she was from. Trying to get a good steal here. So she said, "Where are you from?" To assist the space. No, "Where do you come from?" "We're based in Hackney." No, "What part of Africa are you from?" "I don't know. They didn't leave any records." Oof. "Well, you must know where you're from. I spent time in France. Where are you from?" "Here in the UK." "No, but what nationality are you?" "I was born here and am British." "No, but where do you really come from? Where do your people come from?" "My people, lady, what is this?" "Oh, I can see I'm going to have a challenge getting you to say where you're from. Where did you first come here? Or when did you first come here?" "She's British, you old hag." "Lady, I am a British national. My parents came here in the 50s. Lady Susan Hussey was Queen Elizabeth's most loyal lady-in-waiting. I don't even know what that means. Palace called her comments unacceptable and deeply regrettable and said Hussey apologized for the hurt caused. "No, but really, where do you come from?" Yeah, it's not the same without the you guys in Twitch chiming in too. Holy fucking racist cunts. Royals be racist. Whew. Well, she got the boot. She ain't at Buckingham Palace anymore. I hate having to talk about Elon Musk. You guys know this. I hate to bring it up. We got to do it again. Apple could sink Elon Musk's Twitter by yanking it from the App Store, but it would put Apple in jeopardy too. And apparently we have an update on this story here. Elon is claiming that Apple threatened to remove Twitter from its App Store. While Apple could find a reason to take Twitter off the App Store, it's not likely to happen. A move like that would bring more antitrust scrutiny on Apple and wouldn't be a smart move. Elon Musk claimed earlier this week that Apple threatened to remove Twitter from its App Store and accused the iPhone maker of censorship and monopolistic practices. Musk isn't alone in complaining about fees. Many developers, tech CEOs, and others think Apple's App Store is an anti-competitive monopoly because it requires using its in-house payment processing service. Apple charges a 30% fee on content sales made through the App Store. But Musk is also shining a light on what Apple decides to moderate on its App Store. So could Apple actually take Twitter off the App Store? And if it can, would it? Experts say Apple could find a reason to take Twitter off the App Store, and doing so would devastate the company. iPhones account for about 50% of smartphone usage in the US, meaning the majority of people use iOS. Removing the app would effectively kill easy access to for half of Twitter's potential audience. I don't even use Twitter on my phone, but engaging in a fight with Twitter and its new owner would also increase the antitrust criticism Apple is currently getting about its App Store policies. Apple has removed apps in the past. When Epic Games launched its own payment mechanism to avoid Apple's fees, Apple booted it from the App Store. Epic Games then sued Apple on antitrust grounds in 2020. The initial ruling issued in 2021 largely favored Apple, but the judge did say Apple must allow app makers to monetize their apps without paying Apple. Both sides are currently appealing the decision. because Musk is looking for new ways to bring revenue into Twitter, like Twitter Blue monthly subscription, which apparently has been delayed again. Paying Apple 30% of anything Twitter brings in stings. It's absolutely a factor in whatever brewing fight there is between Apple and Twitter, said Mitch Stoltz, the competition director and senior staff attorney at the Electronic Frontier Foundation. While the precedent set by the Epic Games lawsuit means Apple likely can't kick Twitter out of the App Store for reasons related to in-app fees, they could find a reason pertaining to privacy or harassment. As I said, I believe we have an update on this story. Yeah, Apple equals based? Fucking hell, what timeline are we in? Still, Apple is not based. Apparently, Elon Musk met with Tim Cook earlier today. We're reading from Media Right News. Yes, we're going to hear from Juanita Broderick in all of this. But first, the meeting with Tim Cook that Elon posted about. I don't know if this is a joke, or I don't know if he actually did meet with him. Thanks, at Tim Cook, for taking me around Apple's beautiful headquarters. Is this... Oh, you guys... Is that Apple's headquarters, or is this a joke of some sort? I have no idea. Musk says, good conversation. Among other things, we resolved the misunderstanding about Twitter potentially being removed from the App Store. Tim was clear that Apple never considered doing so. I don't know what that meme has to do with the topic at hand. But Juanita Broderick describes Elon Musk as the best entertainment in a long time. Juanita Broderick. Don't know who that is? Allow me to inform you. He was one of the accusers against Bill Clinton, one of the only ones to accuse him of rape. Now, what was the other woman's name? Paula Jones. She eventually accused Clinton of rape. But I think that was Republican pressure and the fact that she didn't want to tell her husband she cheated on him. I think that was a consensual, but who am I to judge? And I'm definitely, when a woman tells you she's been raped, the statistics overwhelmingly would mean that she is telling the fucking truth. Just to point that out. Juanita Broderick was one of the only ones to accuse Clinton of rape. All the other improprieties were consensual. Broderick today described Elon Musk as the best entertainment in a very long time. As someone who does reaction content, Kanye's probably more entertaining right now. We've had a really good time with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Kikyo! Oh shit, Discord works. Discord chat working. I can see your message now. So if you guys want to jump into the Discord, apparently it works. The show live chat is what's hooked up to the chat. Obviously, you guys aren't stupid. Did Jennifer Flowers accuse Clinton of rape? Or were you trying to help me remember that woman's name and it ended up being Paula Jones? Yeah, Juanita Broderick accused him of rape. And this allegation goes back to pre him being president, I do believe. It was when he was governor. According to a white South African son of a slave mine owner, racism must become brand safe because he can only fail upwards. Oh, okay. It was Paula Jones I was trying to think of. And who am I to judge once again? I'm pretty sure that was her, like her husband was, and this is me going off of like what I saw on American Crime Story. So who knows how much of that was fiction? One Twitter user responded to Broderick that they believe Musk is right up there with Trump's tweets, which Trump's still not back on Twitter yet. On Monday, Musk called out Apple in multiple tweets, including Cook in one, after reporting that the company has mostly stopped advertising on Twitter. The move came after Musk said last week that he would create an alternative phone if Apple and Google banned the social media platform from their app stores. Wasn't as fun as I thought. Just want to talk about Juanita Broderick. Yeah, you should probably not listen to Tim Pool. He's an idiot. I do have that story bookmarked. I thought about doing it as a freaking news. We've covered other top robots here on this show. Left-wing voices are being silenced on Twitter as far-right trolls advise Elon Musk. From The Intercept, Elon Musk claims to be fighting for free speech in America, but the social network's new owner appears to be overseeing a purge of left-wing activists from the platform, because of course he is. We knew it all along. We don't fall for right-wingers' bullshit. That they are fighting for free speech. They're fighting to dominate with their speech. Several prominent anti-fascist organizers and journalists have had their accounts suspended in the past week after right-wing operatives appealed directly to Musk to ban them, and far-right internet trolls flooded Twitter's complaint system with false reports about terms of service violations. As the Los Angeles City Council member Mike Bonin noted on Twitter, the suspended users include Chad Loader, an anti-fascist researcher whose open-source investigation of the U.S. Capitol riot led to the identification and arrest of a masked Proud Boy who attacked police officers. The account of video journalist Vishal Pratap Singh, who reports on far-right protests in Southern California, has also been suspended. Among the other prominent accounts suspended were the Elm Fork John Brown Gun Club, an anti-fascist group that provides armed security for LGBTQ plus events in North Texas, and Crime Think, an anarchist collective that has been published and distributed anarchist and anti-authoritarian signs, books, posters, and podcasts since the mid-1990s. All four of the accounts had been singled out for criticism by Andy Ngo, a far right-winger whose conspiratorial, error-riddled reporting on left-wing protests and social movements fuels the mass delusion that a handful of small anti-fascist groups are part of an imaginary shadow army called Antifa. A public exchange on Twitter on Friday, Musk invited Ngo to report Antifa accounts that should be suspended directly to him. Andy Ngo's bizarre vision of Antifa seems to be the metric used to delete the accounts of journalists and publications, most of which were engaged in verifiably good journalism and done so completely above board in TOS observant ways. This is according to Shane Burley, editor of the anthology No Pasaron, Anti-Fascist Dispatches from a World in Crisis. Paranoid delusions about Antifa are driving it. Just like paranoid delusions of pedophiles are driving these idiots to be all upset about teddy bears. Everything on the right is a goddamn paranoid delusion. As The Intercept reported last year, NGO had previously tried and failed to have Loader suspended from Twitter, and also joined a botched attempt to have a court order the researcher to stop tweeting about one of the Proud Boys who took part in the Capitol riot. That's the motherfuckers we are dealing with, the so-called free speech warriors. A phone interview on Monday, Loader, a tech company founder and cybersecurity expert, told The Intercept that their Chad Loader account was initially suspended last week for about 90 minutes after Musk had replied to Neo on Twitter. After briefly regaining access to the account, Loader was suspended again and accused by Twitter of having used another account to evade the ban. Loader said they do indeed have access to another dormant account, which was set up in early 2020 as part of an effort by a group of activists to donate N95 masks to doctors during the first months of the COVID-19 pandemic, but had not used it for ban evasion. NGO had drawn attention to the Masks for Docs account on Twitter, describing it as Loader's alt. You know, I wanna be able to say that these are just fucking morons. But I think Andy Ngo knows exactly what he's fucking doing. I have no idea what Elon said about Twitter interfering in elections in the past. As I understand it, he tweeted out something about that and then deleted the tweet. So, are you sure you're up to date with what the fuck is going on? I have no idea what he said, though. Apparently, it wasn't very big news, or I would have known. Knowing Elon Musk, it was bullshit. And right-wingers love to fall for bullshit. I'm so sorry I can't see you guys over there on the Twitch, and you're contributing to the community challenge over here. Trying to get us to freak at the Freakers Ball. And yeah. Yes, titty bears. I am going to continue to call them teddy bears. Fucked it up. I'm going to continue to call them titty bears. They are titty bears to me. And YouTube's not even showing up for you guys over on Twitch. I'm sorry the whole thing's fucked up. What else do we have? We got FIFA stories and then we're out of here. Let's do FIFA. Don't even do the sporty ball. So Biden was giving a speech earlier today. He had to rush back to the podium to announce a win for USA. USA. Mike's not on, sir. US 1, Iran 0. Sure, that was an exciting game.
USA, that's a big game, man. When I spoke to the coach and the players, I said, "You can do this." They went, They did it. God love them. Anyway, just thought you might want to hear.
Come on, man.
I mean, sure, I guess I should be proud of them or some shit. I know nothing about the sporty ball. I know nothing about the World Cup. Other than the fact that it is in Qatar. Qatar, as someone from Texas might say. And Qatar is incredibly homophobic and has insane totalitarian laws against homosexuality. But an out gay lawmaker defied FIFA and wore a rainbow armband to the World Cup. So, fuck yeah, nice tie. An out gay Welsh lawmaker wore a banned rainbow armband to a recent World Cup match in Qatar despite FIFA's controversial censorship of LGBTQ plus symbols. Stuart Andrew, and he's a conservative member of parliament, Also, the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for Sport, Tourism, Heritage, and Civil Society wore the One Love armband and a rainbow tie to England's game with Wales on Wednesday, per the BBC. Several European teams, including England, Wales, Germany, Denmark, Belgium, Switzerland, and the Netherlands, had been planning to wear the armbands, a show of support for LGBTQ plus people, but were told just hours before the first game of the tournament that players who sported the armbands would receive yellow card penalties. Andrew told the BBC that his unique position as a sports minister meant that he felt the need to represent everybody and to say to FIFA to please have a look at these issues. There are a lot of fans out there who want to come and support their teams. We have a great match going on tonight. It's just sad some people feel that they can't come. So, mad props to that PM. Here is a story I am fascinated by. Apparently, Mexico won their game, but is out of the World Cup. So somebody explain to me how the fuck that happens.
The 32-team World Cup in Qatar is the perfect number for a soccer tournament. A group stage, then a 16-team knockout bracket leading to the title match. 8 groups each have 4 teams. Each group was balanced by strength of schedule and geography. Top-seeded teams are Qatar, plus the 7 nations ranked highest by FIFA when the draw was made in April. 1 top seed in each group. The other 24 teams were seeded by their FIFA ranking into 3 draw pots. There's a maximum of 2 European teams in a group. No 2 teams from any other continent could be drawn in the same group. Each team in the group plays each other once for a total of 3 games per squad in a 9-day span. The 2 teams with the most points advance to the knockout.
Oh, okay.
Clubs get 3 points for a win and 1 point for a tie. When teams are tied on points, tiebreakers start with the best goal difference. That's goals scored by a team minus its goals conceded.
Huh?
Far down the list of tiebreakers is adding up the team's red and yellow cards. That's how Japan advanced ahead of Senegal in 2018. The knockout bracket paths are already set, through the round of 16, quarterfinals, semifinal, and final. We know the winner of Group A will next play the Group B runner-up. Any 2 teams who were in the same group can't meet again until the final. That's on December 18th, the 64th and last game in just 29 days.
Now, apparently this shit only happens like every 4 years, kind of like the Olympics. Henry Martin and Luis Chavez each scored in Mexico's furious attempt to stay alive in the World Cup, but the 2-1 victory Wednesday night over Saudi Arabia was not enough. Because of Argentina's 2-0 victory over Poland in a simultaneous match, Mexico failed to advance out of its group for the first time since 1978. Mexico had reached the knockout round at the last 7 World Cups, second only to Brazil, which has gone through to the round of 16 since 1986. Dealer's asking me about I haven't watched a lot of stand-up lately. So I don't know about like any young up-and-comers I can... Go ahead, we're gonna bring this one on home. Let me check the chat over here. It's all my fault. For what, clinically? I don't even know. I haven't seen you guys' message in a while. Yeah, that's what when it was explaining to me, I was like, oh, this is a round robin. Mox, I agree. Goal differential instead of the coolest flag, that should be the tiebreaker. Agreed 100%. Coolest flag should be the tiebreaker. All right. Let's watch some otters. Let's watch some otters shaking hands. The cute otter experience? The cute otter experience. Look at these babies. This one doesn't look like it's enjoying it, but maybe it's just a little too into it. Maybe that's its big O face. Wait, this is in Dubai? This is the Dubai Aquarium. You can go up and hold hands with otters. I fucking love it. The cute otter experience in Dubai. If you are watching on Twitch, I didn't even look, but I assume it's a Wednesday night. It should be intellectual Dollar Tree time. That homozygote over there? Filling in for HK? You head on over to Echoplex. You otter watch this video. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm Justin Freakin. We will see you tomorrow night on the Troll Patrol Live.